grinding out a Game 2 victory against New York. The damage came from LA's more unheralded sources. The biggest bats have yet to speak as they get set to do battle in the Bronx. From mystique to mistakes. A-Rod had that one bounce off his glove. What happened to A-Rod on that one?
I think he just missed it.
And a missed opportunity. The Yankees got it only half right in Anaheim. But they acquired Randy Johnson for games just like tonight's to take the mound and take control. So now, on the line, the upper hand in the series. In the house that Ruth built, Game 3 next. We've had rain at Yankee Stadium, and in fact, it is raining right now. Umbrellas are sprouted. People have their rain slickers on. The tarp, however, is off the field, and we are ready to play ball. Game 3 is about to begin. Game 3 of the American League Division Series. The Yankees and the Angels, presented by Budweiser. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim and the New York Yankees of the Bronx, New York, tied at a game apiece in this best-of-5 series. And as you saw, it is raining right now. A light rain falling here in the Bronx. And the weather forecast calls for rain. And so far, it's right. But later, that rain is supposed to turn into very heavy rain. A lot of rain tonight and tomorrow. That's the forecast right now. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, and we're excited. This is a big game.
Big game.
I mean, the third game, 1-1, best of 5. That's pivotal. So there's a lot of tension here, and it's very simple, really. The winner could eliminate the loser as early as tomorrow. So there's a lot of pressure to go around for both ball clubs, Joe. However, the Yankees have a couple of things going for them. They've got the big unit, Randy Johnson, the great left-hander, on the mound, and they've got Yankee Stadium, the big ballpark in the Bronx.
Well, John, this is what they brought Randy Johnson here for. If you're a Yankee, you realize if we can match the other team on the mound, our offense will take control of the ball game. Randy Johnson was 6-0 down the stretch in his last 8 starts. This guy is a big game pitcher. They know that. They really feel like if they'd had him last year, they could have won everything last year. Randy Johnson's going to have to control Vladimir Guerrero, though. I think he'll do that.
All right, so the great power hitter, Bad Vlad, and the big unit, the great power pitcher. Now, the Angels, they're going with the anti-big unit. They're going with veteran Paul Byrd. He had a pretty good year for them, 12-11, an ERA below 4, but he is a finesser, and it's hard to imagine him being able to just totally shut down that all-star Yankee lineup.
Well, John, everything starts with pitching. We know that. But the keys, as far as I'm concerned, is how the Yankees play the game. The Angels play the game. I think they're going to have to continue to run. They're going to have to hit and run. They're going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to try to make Randy Johnson make some mistakes, and the Yankees make mistakes. Remember this, the only reason they won Game 2 is because they forced a mistake from the Yankees. If the Yankees play a clean ball game, their offense will take over, and they'll beat the Angels. So it's going to be up to the Angels to force the issue.
All right, and to force the issue, they're going to have to get some people on base, and that can be tough. Now, when Randy Johnson pitches, the Yankees' regular catcher, Jorge Posada, is not in there. John Flaherty will be in there tonight, and when we come back, Gary Miller on John Flaherty, the big unit's personal catcher here with the Yankees. And the big unit is just about ready to go. So is John Flaherty, and the big unit coming in from the bullpen right now. It's Game 3. The Yankees and the Angels in a light rain about to begin.
So these are the roads.
I love the special.
You don't have a special.
Oh, what can I get you?
I love the special.
Rules of the road. You're one of the
Don't go there.
dopes for whom they were made. The rules of the road.
No.
And suddenly this, the end
Nice place.
of the road.
I think I'll do a cannonball. Don't do a cannonball.
Fairfield Head. For travelers who know.
Excuse me, what is that?
Oh, that's ING. They're the financial services company that's all about fresh thinking. They're full of new ideas, so you're ready for whatever comes along.
I know about ING. What is that?
It's a guy with his own theme music.
Ask your financial professional about ING.
Julie, I mean, you. Take me to Outback for their new Heart of Gold Bronze filet with sauteed artichokes, sun-dried tomatoes, and a light lemon Alfredo sauce.
Yes, I will.
Try something bold. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
I just hung up with your mother. You know what just hit me? I don't remember. But once we go to Outback for the new cyclone pasta with grilled chicken and 3 cheeses, it'll come to me.
I love coming to Florida.
Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
So tell me, is it true you do more brakes than anyone?
Yes, we do almost 2 million brake jobs a year.
And you guarantee all your work?
Absolutely. Is something burning?
Oh, those are Fred's old brakes.
Very funny.
Come to the experts in brakes and maintenance, the Midas Touch Maintenance Package. An oil change, tire rotation, and multi-point courtesy check, including brake check, for just $29.95. For mechanics known for their work and their word,
trust the Midas Touch.
Local design that goes global with the world's most advanced network, Verizon Broadband.
And we're back at the world's weakest man contest, where we just witnessed an astounding display of weakness when Jim O'Brien set a new record of 3.7 feet in the mini truck pull. He's a weak man.
This man's weakness truly takes your breath away. Okay, I'm told we're going over to the Stanley Sharpshooter Stapler, which takes barely any strength to squeeze. This is a real test of weakness for Jeff Baxter.
Oh, Jeff's not liking that.
Ooh, that's ugly.
The Stanley Sharpshooter. It's that easy to squeeze.
ESPN's Major League Baseball Division Series is presented by Budweiser. Bright, crisp, clean, pure, the king of beers. And in part by Yellow Book. Advertise your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW. And Domino's and the new Steak Fanatic Pizza. Get the door. It's Domino's.
And a steady rain falling at Yankee Stadium as Randy Johnson and the Yankees have taken the field. The red, white, and blue traditional look of Yankee Stadium. The bunting is in full flower. And let's take a look at the Angels batting order against Randy Johnson. And there are some changes, as there usually are when Johnson takes them out. Sean Figgins is leading off in center field, not at third base, center field. Orlando Cabrera got the game-winning hit in Game 2. He's at short. Vladimir Guerrero is in right field. He's only had one hit of the series. Benji Molina, he's been the big hitter so far, and Molina is going to be hitting cleanup for only the second time in his career. He's had 2 home runs in the series. It'll be Garrett Anderson, 0 for 8 left field. Juan Rivera is the designated hitter, and he's had a big series. Darren Erstad at first base hitting 7th. Rob Quinlan is the third baseman, hitting 8th, and Adam Kennedy is at second base, batting 9th. And on the mound is 42-year-old left-hander Randy Johnson. And it was a difficult season for him his first year in New York, but he finished very strong.
Well, Randy Johnson is a big game pitcher, and it's not about physical stuff. It's about his mental toughness. He knows what he has to do in certain circumstances. And you can see that down the stretch, he won his last 6 ball games in his last 8 starts. And he's the reason this is the reason they brought him here, along with beating Boston. He was 5-0 against Boston this year. So this guy knows his job, and he knows what he's supposed to do, and I expect him to pitch well tonight.
So here we go, Game 3 underway, and a fastball is a little bit high to Sean Figgins. In the rain. Now, both managers, and especially Joe Torre, because it's Randy Johnson, his ace going, feared rain where the pitchers could have to stop and start. Gary Sheffield all the way back to the wall, and that one really carried, and Sheffield jumped up to catch it.
Well, if you're Joe Torre, the last thing you want to do is trade Randy Johnson for Paul Byrd. By that, I mean if they start the game and they change guys and it rains out, then you've lost Randy Johnson, and the Angels have lost Paul Byrd. You do not like that trade if you're Joe Torre.
So that was the concern, but we are underway. And the umpires and the Major League Baseball people who are here, Rich Riker, by the way, a former umpire, is here from the commissioner's office. And they have all been keeping a close eye on the weather, and that ball is hammered by Cabrera, but out in deep right center. Bernie Williams has got that one. 2 down.
And let's take a look at the defense. We just saw Williams run the ball down in center field. He's out there tonight instead of Crosby. And A-Rod at third base, his game 2 error led to them tying the game in that inning, and it was just a mistake by him. But this is a very solid defensive team. This infield is very solid. When you have Tino Martinez at first, and of course Cano at second, Jeter is a very good shortstop, and A-Rod, both of them Gold Glove type of infielders, and Tino has won some Gold Gloves. So you don't worry about your infield defense.
That's a clean single to right field for Vladimir Guerrero. And all 3 of the hitters who've come up here against Johnson have hit the ball hard.
Well, the one thing you do if you're facing Randy Johnson, the first pitch that you think you can handle, you go after it. And that's why you see them swinging early in the count. See the target way up and in, but look where the ball is, out over the plate. That's where Vladimir likes it. They're going to try to pitch him up and in. They do not want him to extend his arms. They don't care if he doesn't swing at it. Just don't get a ball out over the plate as he did there, and it's a base hit. But I think this is the key guy right here, Benji Molina. He is one of the most unsung hitters in the game today. I mean, he is an excellent RBI guy. And in fact, when you talk to Mike Scioscia, he said he is their best clutch hitter on this ball club. And he really likes it in this situation. So that's why he moved him up to protect Vladimir.
That's a foul off to the right, and Molina has had 3 hits in 9 career at-bats against Randy Johnson, including a home run. And he's had 2 home runs in this series already, 1 in each of the first 2 games. He capped off the scoring with an 8th inning home run Wednesday night against Al Leiter. He got jammed that time, and the count is 0-2. Tuesday in game 1, Molina hit one against Canyon Sturts, the straightaway center, and then he golfed one against Leiter. Look where that pitch is, down the line for the final run of the night. Randy Johnson makes a throw to first as we're back here Friday night, and Guerrero back to the bag.
And if you're the Angels, you're going to have to continue to play your game. You're going to have to try to force Randy Johnson to give some of his attention to the runner at first base when you get runners on.
Ooh, that one, a high fastball out of the strike zone, and he drove it into center field. Testing Bernie Williams, and Bernie will not offer. He goes into second base with the throw. Bernie does not have a strong arm. So Molina, and he took the high hard one from Randy and hit it right over the middle.
Well, one of the things we saw in the last at bat in the game too, is that he golfed the ball out. You see the catcher. This is where they want to throw the ball. So they're trying to pitch him up, but he goes up and gets this fastball and just hammers it in the left center field. I mean, that ball is well out of the strike zone. So that's their pattern. They wanted to pitch him up, but it did not work.
And that's the Angels. I mean, they're not up there taking.
No.
They've only had 1 walk in the series, and here is Garrett Anderson. And left-handed hitters, especially down the stretch, have not touched Randy Johnson in his last 13 starts since late July. Left-handed hitters have had 4 hits in 54 at-bats against Johnson. And Anderson's still looking for his first hit of this series. That slider is off the outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And this is where the Angels excelled during the season. They pick up those runners when they're at second or third or both. There's a runner at third right now and a runner at first. That ball is hit deep into right center field, way back there, and that ball is way out of here. A 3-run homer for Garrett Anderson, and he has stunned the big crowd at Yankee Stadium. That was Ruthian to the right of the 385's sign and way up into the bleachers.
Well, what happened was they were trying to get him out with breaking balls. He threw the second breaking ball away, and now he tries to come inside with a fastball, but he gets it down. You do not want it down and in. See, it's supposed to be up. Look at it, down and in. Left-handers can handle that pitch. And he really nails it in the right center field. You try to stay away from that area. And Randy knew he made a mistake by getting it down and in.
Randy had him talking to himself out there after that one. So now Juan Rivera, the former Yankee, and a slider, and it's 0-1.
And the interesting thing there, John, there were 2 outs. Even though they did swing the bats well, but the first 2 guys were out, and then Vladimir Molina, and now Anderson. They all do this with 2 outs against Randy Johnson.
So Garrett Anderson, what a moment to get his first hit of the whole series. And I don't think there were a lot of people wagering that he was about to do it right there. He was 0 for 8. And then against Randy Johnson, who is poison on left-handers, he hits a 3-run homer. And he allowed 32 home runs this year, the most he's ever given up.
And, you know, when you look at the statistics, Garrett Anderson was 3 for 18 going into that at-bat against Randy Johnson. So you're right. No one thought that he was going to do that. But I think the real problem was he missed with the breaking balls away, and then he tried to come inside with a fastball.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Juan Rivera. And the slider for the strikeout. But Garrett Anderson, the veteran Angel, strikes big time. One of the heroes of Game 7 of the 2002 World Series. Anderson comes up big here.
No one ever said that's the greatest thing since sliced lettuce. Ladies and gentlemen, bread is back, and ciabatta's in charge. Warm and toasty, soft and golden, it's the artisan bread that holds together my bacon and cheese ciabatta burger and the bruschetta chicken ciabatta, just 2 in my line of ciabatta sandwiches. So let's rise like yeast against the bread bashers. Let's lift our loaves and make a toast to toast, because bread is back.
Every weekend, join the intergalactic battle for survival with a rogue warrior, a mysterious priestess, a scheming dethroned king, an outcast soldier, a sexy thief, and an astronaut lost in space.
So, you guys got any beer around here?
Together, they're on the ultimate trip.
Just trying to get home, Annie.
Farscape Adventure Weekends.
Saturday and Sunday at 2 on UPN 13.
Now playing on Tuesday nights, the main event. Round up the best players the game has ever seen. Invite the largest field in history. Throw $53 million in the pot, and you've got...
And I'm feeling good.
The World Series of Poker. The main event begins Tuesday at 8 on ESPN.
Still a light rain falling here in New York. The Angels have taken a 3-0 lead over the Yankees after a half inning of play. Let's take a look at the Yankees batting order now against the veteran right-handed Paul Byrd. Derek Jeter leads off at shortstop. Alex Rodriguez at third base. He's hitless in the series. Jason Giambi 3 for 7. The DH. Gary Sheffield, who's had 2 hits and 8 at-bats. Right field. Hideki Matsui is 2 for 8. The left fielder. Robinson Cano, he's been the big bat. 4 RBIs in 2 games. Bernie Williams, the veteran, in center field. Tino Martinez at first base, batting 8th. And John Flaherty, the catcher for Randy Johnson, hitting 9th with Posada sitting out. And on the mound for the Angels is the right-hander, Paul Byrd. And he kind of has a throwback-looking windup, Joe, and he's a finesser.
Well, Paul Byrd has his best pitch, I think, is a little cut fastball or a slider that he throws. And he'll throw a lot of them to left-handed hitters. He will throw a straight fastball because he tries to spot it. And he will pitch Jeter and the right-handed hitters inside like that, and he'll throw a little slider and cutter. He'll try to stay away from the right-handers, but he tries to pitch left-handers inside, kind of just the opposite of the way normally you would pitch here at Yankee Stadium. You'll try to throw left-handers away.
One ball, one strike.
And it's interesting, we watched Randy Johnson. They were trying to pitch every right-handed hitter inside. And so far, you know, you watch Paul Byrd, as I said, he will pitch the right-handers inside. He'll pitch left-handers inside as well.
And the slider is fouled off to the right into the lower deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Jeter had 2 hits in game 1, but on Wednesday night, he was shut down by the Angels, 0 for 5. And that's the first time in 22 division series games that Jeter failed to reach base at all with a hit or a walk. They just shut him down. 1-2 the count. A-Rod and then Giambi to follow. And he blew it by him. I mean, 84 miles an hour, and he blew it by him.
Well, it doesn't matter how hard you throw or how soft you might be if you got movement. And he's got movement on his fastball. It's like a little cutter. It just slides to the right, left a little bit. It's not a big breaking slider like a lot. Watch this ball. It just kind of moves away out there toward the outside corner, and Jeter can't catch up with it. And this comes after he had pitched Jeter inside for 3 pitches. So he set it up perfectly by hammering him inside and then going away.
And Bird spins that one in there for a strike to Alex Rodriguez.
And I think you're going to find he's going to pitch both of these guys the same way. He's going to try to stay tight on Alex and then go away, but he's going to pitch him inside most of the time.
And field, going back in right field is Vladimir Guerrero, jumps off his glove. And Rodriguez ends up at second base with a double.
Well, he got away with it, so to speak, because that ball almost went out of the ballpark. Again, he misses his spot badly. They were supposed to be inside with a fastball, and he gets it right out over the plate. Now, see, here's the target right there. And look where the ball is, right out over the middle of the plate. So he's lucky that that ball stayed in the ballpark, and Vladimir leaps up and actually hits in the palm of his glove, but he couldn't hold on to it. I mean, he hits him right in the palm. If it hit in the web, he would have caught it, but it hit right in the palm of his glove and bounced out.
So a runner at second, 1 out, and here is Jason Giambi. Vlad, who is an excellent right fielder. I'm sure he feels like he should have caught that one. Here's Giambi. Popped up, shallow left, out goes Cabrera. In comes Garrett Anderson. And that is out number 2. So Giambi gone on 1 pitch. That doesn't often happen.
Well, we've talked about the fact that the Angels haven't hit with runners in scoring position, but neither have the Yankees. I mean, neither one of them have. I mean, that's the problem. All the big hitters are not getting the job done. But Garrett Anderson got the job done for the Angels in the top half.
Well, in game 2, the Angels did not often have a chance to get that big hit. They didn't often have runners in scoring position. But the last 2 times they did, they got big hits. One from Benji Molina in the 6th inning, one from Cabrera in the 7th inning. Both came with 2 down. And the Yankees only had 1 hit all night long with runners in scoring position on Wednesday.
And the big guys were just not getting the job done for the Yankees.
And that one spins in there for a called strike.
And if you watch, Bird, I mean, he just looks like he knows what he's doing out there. If you watch him, he made a mistake with A-Rod, but he still goes back to the same pattern that he wants to establish with these hitters. The little cut fastball away, and that's not a slider. He throws a slider as well. But so far, he's just throwing a little cutter out there. Look at that. See, that's not a big break. That's just a little cut fastball, but he's spotting it well. Now, take a look at this. It's not a big break. Now watch this, right inside now, just moves out there a little bit. Not a big breaking slider like he does, but he will throw a slider. And it breaks late. That's the key. That's what a cut fastball does. It moves late.
Oh, man, he jammed him with an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. That almost hit Sheffield as the bat kept it from hitting him.
And as I said, he likes to throw his fastball inside to the right-handed hitters and a little cut fastball inside the left-handed hitters. That's what he got Giambi out with. And Sheffield has struggled against Paul Bird in his career. He's 2 for 18, so he has not had any amount of success against Paul Bird.
Bird, 34-year-old right-hander. He faced the Yankees here at the end of July and left the game leading 7-3, but the bullpen could not hold it for him. And that's low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And one thing you watch how late Molina sets up. He doesn't sit up early and let these hitters know location on the pitches. He gives the sign, he stays there, and then at the last moment, he gives location. A lot of times we see catchers do that too quickly, and good hitters will know where the pitch is going to be.
Well, Bird taking a long time out there. Finally, Sheffield asked for timeout. Alex Rodriguez at second base. He got a 1-out double. Now with 2 down, he's still there. 3-0 Angels. Right up the middle, but right there behind second is Kennedy. What a pickup, and he throws him out. Man, what hands. That one handcuffed him, but he made the play. 3-0 Angels after 1.
So what's different about Budweiser Select? Good question. First, we start with a blend of the finest hand-selected North American and Bavarian hop varieties picked straight from the vine. Then we take the time to brew Budweiser Select longer. So you get a beer with light beer stats and a distinct bold taste that finishes clean. So why settle for anything less? Be selected.
Now that Yellow Book is coast to coast, we thought about branching out. Yellow Book Cola looked very good. Fly Yellow Book Air. Fast food. Tasty. Wow, theme parks. The Yellow Book brand would be cool on lots of great stuff. The possibilities are endless. Coffee houses. Skateboards. Why not Yellow Book toothpaste? Maybe we should stick to what we do best. Great directories. Yellowbook.com and Yellow Book, not the other book, 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
On this job, you notice things. Like this new Steak Fanatic pizza. It's a big hit with the guys.
Steak Fanatic pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Man fuel. Cool.
Hey, hurry up! Only 23 figurines left, Hank! They're statues!
They're statues.
Introducing Domino's new Steak Fanatic Pizza. Angus steak piled on even more steak smothered in cheese. Buy a medium for just $9.99 and heap on even more Angus steak for just $2. Hit the door. It's Domino's new Steak Fanatic Pizza.
Let's face it, there are a lot of bad drivers out there. You can't change their driving, but you can learn to avoid them. That's why at Liberty Mutual, we teach something called decision driving and offer the latest auto safety advice to keep the road safer and keep premiums down.
Liberty Mutual. It's more than insurance. It's insurance in action.
Looks like we've got some work to do.
What the world needs now is sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just.
Your call will be answered in 30 minutes.
My car ready yet?
Whatever happened to customer service? At DHL, it's alive and well.
Come on.
Call us and see how we're changing the way the shipping business does business.
It's the third game of the American League Division Series, the Yankees and the Angels, presented by Budweiser. We're at Yankee Stadium in New York. Randy Johnson on the mound for the Yankees, but the Angels have jumped ahead with a 3-0 lead. As we start the second inning, Darren Erstad hitting 7th in the order, leads off, followed by Rob Quinlan and then Adam Kennedy. And the slider is too high, 2-0. Darren Erstad 2 for 8 so far in the series. Angels still have 3 left-handed hitters in the order against Randy Johnson, and they've just got 3 guys who always play no matter who's pitching. Garrett Anderson, Darren Erstad, and Adam Kennedy. Ooh. The slider, and it is 2-2 now.
That's the key pitch for Randy Johnson against the left-handed hitter. He has to establish his slider, and he has to use it. He tried to use it against Garrett Anderson, and it didn't work. See, that starts over the outside corner and breaks away. There it is again.
And hit sharply. Came up on Jeter. He handled it nicely and throws him out. Gary Miller's here with us. Let's go down to Gary.
John and Joe, a little damp down here. This marriage, so to speak, between Randy Johnson and John Flaherty started with a game in St. Louis. There were times after that Jorge Posada caught again, but we asked Joe Torre before the game, how automatic is it? He said it's like Mirabelli and Wakefield. Flaherty said Johnson was a little difficult to get to know, but now he's become part of the Yankee family, and they have quite a relationship now, the two of them playing together. Posada has not missed a postseason game since the '99 World Series.
Yeah, very unusual to see the Yankees playing in the postseason and not see Posada. But Posada against the Angels starter Paul Byrd has not done well anyway, so I guess that made it even. If there was ever any hesitation, Posada has not hit Byrd well at all.
Well, I don't think that was the reason, because, I mean, you have a guy like Posada in this lineup who hits the ball out of the ballpark, and then when the guy makes a mistake, that left-right field fence is shorter. And, I mean, we've seen him get a lot of big hits. So this is strictly a defensive move.
1-2 the count. And the high fastball is fouled into the upper deck off the first base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rob Quinlan getting the start for the Angels at third base today. And Quinlan this year hit .231 with 5 homers and 134 at bats. And a pop-up, shallow right. And there is Cano. The wind really playing tricks with the ball on that one, but he stayed with it.
Well, one of the problems that Randy has had so far in this ball game is location. And, I mean, he is missing his spots. Here's the target up and in. He gets it out over the plate. Target up and in. It's out over the plate and up. Target middle and in, and he gets it right out over the middle of the plate. So that has been his biggest problem so far, is missing his spots so and badly. He's not just barely missing them. He's missing them by quite a bit.
2 down, nobody on, and here is Adam Kennedy. And that is in there for a strike. Adam Kennedy, 1 hit, 5 at bats so far in this series. He hit .300 this year, but with only 2 home runs. Fastball up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. He had 2 home runs in 416 at bats. And I remember, Joe, we did a game in the League Championship Series where he had 3 home runs in 1 game against the Twins 3 years ago. Well, that's a base hit to right field. That's kind of his signature this year. Most of his hits are singles. 2 down, runner at first. Figgins coming up. Let's check in to the studio now. Here's Carl Ravitch with a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Hi, John. Thank you. Right back to the game shortly. But first, this reminder, it's the White Sox who knocked the Red Sox out of the division series, and it's Chicago who'll get the winner of the New York LA Angels series. Colin Montgomery just 1 shot ahead of John Daly, looking for his first win on U.S. soil. Those stories and much more coming up on SportsCenter, folks, following the game. Baseball tonight, 1 hour after that. Back to you, John.
All right, there's a ball out over the plate for a called strike to Figgins. And again, not to the target being presented there by Flaherty. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Gary Miller's downstairs. We're at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Game 3 of the American League Division Series. Series tied at a game apiece. The Angels lead this game 3-0 on Garrett Anderson's 3-run first inning shot to right center. Through the rain. It's been raining since the game started. Between innings, they came out in right field where there was standing water and applied some of that water-absorbent sand-like material. Sometimes it's called diamond dust. There's another brand called Turfus. And they were out there working on it with the rakes and whatnot, trying to dry it out a little bit. On to the count to Figgins, who is 0 for 9 in the series. Pitch out, but Kennedy was not going. Kennedy, during the season, had 19 steals, thrown out only 4 times. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Figgins. And that's a foul ball right past third base coach Ron Renicky.
And one of the things the Angels like to do as far as stealing bases against left-handed pitching, they do not try to read the pitcher, see which way Randy Johnson is going. They take off on his first move. By the first movement he makes, they just take off. So it's kind of a guessing game. But if you do that, you're not going to get thrown out if you guess right.
There he goes.
That was one of those situations.
And a real good throw by Flaherty, and Cano tags him out. And that's all for the Angels. Pretty good tag there by Cano as well, as Kennedy came in. They're waiting for him. He blocked him completely off the bat. 3-0 Angels.
You're going to like these guys, though. They're a pretty good crew. Everybody listen up.
Rebirth of Civic, all new from Honda. It'll reverse your thinking.
Your fajita chicken toasted corn chowder?
He'll be home in a minute.
Traffic. It's like dining out at home. Signature soups from Vons. Made fresh with the finest gourmet ingredients. You just heat and serve. Signature soups, only in the deli at Vons.
You can't get enough football. Of course, if you were like me, you'd have an owner's box, a field pass, and a 12-person hot tub shaped like Texas Stadium. That's right. And you'd have VCast from Verizon Wireless. I like to watch clips of my favorite players. I love football.
VCast, the only way to watch broadband quality entertainment like ESPN clips and more, where and when you want. And right now, a cool LG 8100 is just $99.99. Only from Verizon Wireless.
There is one conventional oil that totally defies convention. Mobile Clean 5000. The first oil enhanced with a high-endurance formula. The only one guaranteed to protect for 5,000 miles. Mobile Clean 5000. The oil that's changing oil.
Raining in New York. The Angels lead the Yankees 3-0. It's the last of the second inning. The Yankees are coming up now against Paul Byrd with Hideki Matsui. Right behind him, Robinson Cano. And that's just off the inside for ball one. Darrell Cousins is the home plate umpire for game 3.
One of the things I was talking about earlier is that you see Molina, he will set up late, but when he sets up early, he will move to a different spot. He's trying to confuse the Yankees to where the location is going to be.
That's into the upper deck. So when you say set up, you mean set up his target.
Yeah.
Well, the Molinas, they must know a few things about catching, right? All the Molinas are catchers. In the big leagues, his younger brother, or youngest brother, Yadier, is the starting catcher for the Cardinals. His other brother is his own backup with the Angels. That's off the outside. 2-1. And of course, Mike Scioscia knows a few things about catching. He was a top catcher for many years with the Dodgers in the National League. 2-1 the count. Broken back. And Kennedy throws him out. One away.
Let's take a look at the last out of the first inning for the Yankees, and they'll see what I meant. Gary Sheffield. Now watch him. He'll get the target up in here. Quick. Now he jumps to the outside because that's where he wants to pitch. And that's in case Sheffield is trying to feel where he is, and that'll confuse the rest of the Yankee hitters as well. So that was a perfect time to do that by Molina. And when you have veteran hitters like the Yankees have, they try to, find out where the location is going to be, because it also tells them what the pitch is going to be.
Here's Cano, and he takes a strike. So you're not saying the Yankees are peaking?
No, you don't have to peak. You can just feel where the guy is if he sets up too quickly.
0-1 to Cano, and the curveball up and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. So it's kind of like a third eye. Using your third eye.
All right, but feeling is more the senses part of it. You just one of your senses. You can feel where it is. Sense where it is.
I like the way you put it there. You're trying to help me understand. More like feeling.
Yeah, you got to feel
okay.
it. That's what it is.
Yeah, maybe if you say it that way one more time, I'll get it.
Yeah. Well, the problem is you don't look back. If you look back, you'll get the next one right at you. So you just feel with your senses. You can feel where the hitter is. I mean, for the catcher.
So in other words, you don't want to go.
No, you don't want to do that.
Like that. That's bad.
No, if the catcher catches you peeking, then something will happen. Yeah, I don't think you better peek, John. If he sees you're going to have a problem.
2 down, nobody on. Bernie Williams. And that's a fastball, a strike. 0-1 the count to Bernie Williams. 2 hits, 8 at bats so far in this postseason for Bernie. Paul Byrd. I mean, he's got kind of that old-fashioned windup where he has that big motion, although the arms fly back. And
well, a lot of pitchers pitching coaches, a lot of people believe that that's best for you. It lets you get your rhythm. You get a rhythm, and your momentum goes to the right spot.
Bernie Williams punches it into left center field. That's a base hit. Anderson over to pick it up. Bernie with a big turn at first. He'll hold. 2-out single for Bernie.
And you could hear the cheers because they do not know when Bernie's last at bat is going to occur as a Yankee. They just know it's going to happen sometime this year. At least they feel it is. So they give him an ovation every time he comes to the plate. And it's more of an appreciation for all he's done, you know, while being in the Yankee pinstripes.
And a guy who has come back into the Yankee pinstripes this year, Tino Martinez, comes up now. Tino did not start game 1, did start game 2 and went 0 for 3. 3-0 Angels. That is in there for a strike.
And you have to look at Paul Bird and watch how he's already attacking these Yankee hitters and see that he's not intimidated by Yankee Stadium, nor is he intimidated by this great lineup that the Yankees throw at you.
0-1 the count to Tino. Curveball in there. Strike 2. Tino, 37 years old, and he was here for each one of those Yankee World Series championships when they won 4 times in a 5-year span, including the last 3 years in a row. And that one down and away, 1-2. Red Sox were eliminated already by the White Sox. 5-3 the final today. The White Sox sweep the Red Sox. As now the Yankees and Angels are battling to see which team will match up with the White Sox in the League Championship Series. It's softly. Erstad, who's very sure-handed, handles it himself. That's the inning. Bernie stranded. On to the third, the top of the order. Figgins, Cabrera, and Vladimir Guerrero. 3-0 Angels.
Travelodge. Recreate, hibernate. More rewards, more often, more fun. Join Trip Rewards at Travelodge.com.
We were out of shape.
So we did something about it.
We tried Hydroxycut. And I lost 44 pounds in 20 weeks.
And I lost 27 pounds in 20 weeks.
You can lose weight fast, increase energy, and control appetite with the patented clinical strength ingredients in Hydroxycut. In my opinion, nothing works faster or better.
Call now and lose up to 4.5 times the weight with Hydroxycut than diet and exercise alone. Also at GNC, Supercenters, Walgreens, and retailers everywhere.
I always said I was going to be playing professional baseball. You know, that's all I ever talked about. The thing that means most to me is I want to be remembered as a Yankee. You either love us or hate us. I mean, I enjoy playing at home in front of the greatest fans in the world. And I also enjoy going on the road, people booing us and hating us. The bottom line is when you compete, you want to win. I live for this.
October, 8 teams, 1 champion. Watch the World Series. Don't miss it.
So the Dodgers are down to their last out. Game 1 of the World Series. And look who's coming up. Kirk Gibson with 2 bad legs. You talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
With 100% whole grain, low fat, and fiber, the Breakfast of Champions brings out the champion in you.
The impossible has happened.
ESPN's Major League Baseball Division Series, presented by Budweiser. Brought to you by AOL. Want a better internet? You belong at AOL. And Hertz. It's your trip. Rent wisely.
Sean Figgins running up as if to bunt, and he was ruled to have bunted at it. Strike 1. Almost hit him. 1-1 to Figgins, who has not yet reached base in this series. He was at the plate when Kennedy got thrown out trying to steal to end the second inning. Just missing around the inside at the knees. 1-1 the count. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan. And we've been joined by Gary Miller. He's downstairs. We're at Yankee Stadium. Figgins, left center field. That ball is caught by Matsui. Into the gap toward the 399 sign. Hit well. Now let's go down to Gary Miller.
John, as you mentioned, Figgins has yet to reach base in this series. He had a bad divisional series last year. And it's pretty amazing that the Angels have a lead in this game or even in the series without him contributing. But we talked to Mike Scioscia about it before the game, and he called Sean Figgins fearless. There's nothing he's afraid of. He's got the perfect makeup, and whether he's getting on base every time like he did in the regular season or not getting on, he's going to have the same composure. He's not worried about him.
Well, I think you better start worrying because he's the kind of the guy, the catalyst for this offense. If he doesn't get on base, then it changes the makeup of this team. But I understand his point because he has swung the bat pretty well. He's hit the ball hard like 3 times in these 3 games, but he doesn't have anything to show for it.
I mean, he's hit the ball real hard twice tonight against Randy Johnson. 1-1 the count to Orlando Cabrera. By the way, while the offense has not been there for Figgins, he has come up big time with the glove. And that play he made in the 5th inning, and we thought maybe it turned that game around, and Mike Scioscia thought, talking to him before the game tonight, that it was the key play of the game. He robbed Matsui with 2 down in the 5th inning and a runner at 3rd. Made a spectacular play. And if he did not come up with that ball, it would have been 3-0 Yankees. Wow. Now Cabrera hits one that's up around his eyes into the right field corner. He's going to test Sheffield, who's got a good arm. And he's safe. It was close with Jeter covering.
Well, one of the things that's happening, I've never seen so many high fastballs being hit hard off Randy Johnson. Normally, when you go upstairs, you do not handle his fastball. But you see the target's up. I mean, this ball is way up. I mean, you're not supposed to be able to handle Randy Johnson's fastball up there. What that tells me is that there's not a lot of movement on his fastball high. But you see Gary Sheffield makes an excellent throw, but good hustle there by Cabrera. And he turns it to a double. He hesitated for a second, but then he realized it was going to be fair. Head down, running all the way. Just excellent base running there by Cabrera once he decided to run.
One out. Cabrera at second, and here is Vladimir Guerrero. Now, he made it, so I guess the risk was a good one. On the other hand, it's a pretty big risk to take when you got Vladimir Guerrero coming up next.
Well, it is, but I think the one thing that the Angels do, they play an aggressive style of play, and you can't change that. I mean, once he hits it, he doesn't think about Guerrero behind him. He says, that ball has a chance to be a double, I'm going to make it a double. So, I mean, that's the way they play, but your point is important in that if they're behind, then you have to give Vladimir a chance. But here, I think you have to continue to force the issue. That's one of the points I talked about in the open. They're going to have to force the issue against the Yankees. You're going to have to manufacture runs and try to force the Yankees into some mistakes.
Well, he had Vlad talking to himself, and I don't know if he's just unhappy with the way he swung at that one, or if he got a hurt on it. That slider's inside. 2-1 the count. Let's go back and take a look at that previous pitch. Well, you see it. Ooh.
You wear the shin guard, but it hits him above the shin guard, almost inside the left knee.
High and tight, he laid off. 3-1. Johnson's had a lot of success with Vladimir Guerrero. Vlad, even with a single in the first inning tonight that started that 3-run rally, has had only 7 hits and 31 at-bats against him.
Well, that's what they want to do, throw the ball off the plate inside. If Vlad swings at it, that's okay. If he takes it and gets his walk, that's okay. But that ball was way off the plate inside right there. That's exactly what they're trying to do. And let's take a look at the pitches. You see where the target is off the plate inside. He hits it. Off the plate inside, he fouls it. Off the plate inside. Everything is off the plate and in. Right in there. Now he swings at it again. Look how far that ball is off the plate when he swings at it. You're not going to do much damage with that pitch. So they say if you want to swing at it, go ahead.
Well, he kind of limps down the steps into the dugout.
Oh, man.
Benji Molina, left field. Matsui all the way back. Goodbye. A 2-run for Benji Molina. He went upstairs and got another one. That's his third home run in this series, and the Angels have a 5-0 lead.
And that's what we're talking about when we say that was a great move by Mike Scioscia to put him behind Vladimir Guerrero. I mean, this guy is their best clutch hitter, and I mean, he gets the job done. I mean, you have to like him. I mean, there's another high pitch. This is a breaking ball. The other one was a high fastball. That's a little slider, a little cut slider. It didn't break much at all, didn't do much, and he just hit it out of the ballpark. There's a slider, too. I mean, right away, the pitch is up a little bit, but not up enough. And Molina hits it out.
So the Angels have again struck with the long ball. Garrett Anderson had a 3-run first-inning homer as Garrett takes a ball into this 1-1, and now Benji Molina strikes with a 2-run homer.
And the interesting thing is you don't think of the Angels as a power-hitting team, yet they've been able to hit 2 home runs off Randy Johnson. And I mean, look at that. Benji Molina.
That's right past first and down the right field line. It hits off the tarp. Sheffield slips and falls. The ball ricochets off his foot. Now Garrett's going to try for third. Here's the relay. Nope. Jeter will hold on to it. And he ends up all the way over at third. And the fans are booing Randy Johnson. And you saw just how wet and treacherous the outfield can be because of the rain we've had. And that was a double turned into a triple.
Again, something that was not a good fastball. It was inside again. And Garrett Anderson turned on it. Sheffield, as you said, slipped and actually kicked it into the corner.
Randy Johnson, who always over the years seems to finish with a great run at the end of the regular season, but has never done well in these first-round division series. Only 2 wins and 7 losses lifetime in division series play.
Well, the one thing that's happening here, John, is that Randy Johnson is pitching to his normal strength, that high fastball and the pitching hitters in. But he doesn't have his good stuff tonight, and it's not working. He is still pitching to his strength, which normally gives you an advantage on the high fastball, but that is not an advantage tonight.
Aaron Small, the right-hander, warming up in the Yankees bullpen. And I can't imagine there's anybody in the ballpark envision this. Randy Johnson struggling and getting hit hard. And the Yankees, in only the 3rd inning, have their bullpen going. And that's the inning. Juan Rivera strikes out. The fans are not happy with these first 3 innings. 5-0 Angels.
So, any questions?
Doesn't having high-speed connection protect me from viruses?
No. A high-speed connection can actually leave you more vulnerable. Who's heard of the I love you virus? Right. But who's heard of the I just want to be friends virus? Or the I love you but I'm not in love with you virus? Well, that's because they haven't been invented yet. But we're already working on ways to stop them, just to help keep your computers safe and secure.
I love that.
We're working on that one too.
Want a better internet? You belong at America Online.
At Next to Nothing Rent-A-Car, our slogan is, if you want a car for next to nothing, get in line. Do we offer you services that get you to your vacation faster? No. We let you use that time for more important things, like catching up on your reading. After all, who do you think we are, Hertz? Here you go.
Hertz offers both #1 Club and Never Lost, so you can reserve faster and get to your vacation faster. It's your trip. Rent wisely.
Your SUV is designed to go off-road, but sometimes the off-road comes to you. Introducing the new Goodyear Forterra with silent armor technology, made with SUV drivers in mind. A layer made with Kevlar means the Forterra is tough and rugged, and extra cushioning means the Forterra rides quietly and comfortably. The new Goodyear Forterra with silent armor technology. Go confidently on the wings of Goodyear.
For all the best in wireless, it's Radio Shack. The best brands, carriers, and plans for every budget. Come see for yourself now during our Best of the Best wireless sale. Buy a new Sprint PCS phone A840 by Samsung with built-in digital camera for just $59.99 and get one free after $50 Sprint mail-in rebate with new 2-year Sprint subscriber agreement on each. Come see why our sales associates are #1 in wireless customer satisfaction and why we sell more wireless phones than any other consumer electronics retailer at Radio Shack.
It's time now for your chance to win one of 100 Philips HD TVs with DirecTV service for a year. Log on to 100yardblitz.com to enter. The code word is Slugger.
All right, and it's ESPN's coverage of the Division Series presented by Budweiser. And Slugger is the code word at 100yardblitz.com to win an HD TV. Listen to the Mike and Mike show on ESPN Radio as they announce the winner Monday morning. John Flaherty leads off for the Yankees against Paul Byrd, who's got a 5-0 lead as he goes to work here in the last of the third. Flaherty hitting 9th in the order, hit 165 during the season. So he did not do much hitting. He was in there to work with Randy Johnson. Ooh, the breaking ball, 1-2. Derek Jeter, the leadoff man, on deck, and then Alex Rodriguez due up third in the inning. Now the pitchers scheduled for tomorrow: Sean Chacon for the Yankees against the left-handed Jared Washburn of the Angels. 1-2. And he dribbles it foul on the first base side. The Red Sox have already been eliminated by the White Sox. The Red Sox, the reigning champions of the baseball world, Major League Baseball world. And they are out. And the White Sox were pretty impressive, where they eliminated Cleveland at the end of the regular season, and then the Red Sox in short order. That one had a hard break to it outside, 2-2. John Flaherty, been around a long time. He's been around so long, he went to college with the Yankees' current general manager, Brian Cashman. And that's a ball down and away, 3-2. Well, the only thing that's a negative right now for Byrd, he's got a big lead. He's throwing well. But there's so much of this game left to be played. And the Yankees have so much firepower in that lineup.
Well, when you're down by a big number, 5-0, the only way you're going to get back is the long ball. You're not going to get enough singles put together to score 5 runs in an inning. But what you can do is get a couple men on and hit the ball out of the ballpark, and you're right back in. And the Yankees are definitely capable of doing that. Well, they have just guys in this order that can hit the ball out of the ballpark at any time.
And Byrd knows all about that as he walks Flaherty to start the inning. Now that was no way to start an inning with a 5-0 lead. As filmmaker Spike Lee is here tonight, checking out the game. Donald Trump is here with a good view of the action.
And we know the boss is here, Mr. Steinbrenner, because he came by and said hello.
There's the former mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani. He's a fixture down by the Yankees dugout.
And none of them are happy right now.
And there's Henry Kissinger, the one-time Secretary of State, also enjoying the ball game. Maybe not enjoying it if he's a Yankee fan. Derek Jeter, 0-1. Jeter struck out his first time. 5-0, the Angels lead the Yankees. But Paul Byrd knows about what the Yankees can do. The last time he pitched at Yankee Stadium, he left the game with a 7-3 lead. And the Yankees came from behind and won that game. That's a foul. In fact, the Angels had a 4-run lead in the 8th inning and lost that game. And the same thing happened the day before. 2 days in a row, they had a 4-run lead in the 8th inning to the Yankees in this ballpark and lost both games. His game was on the 30th. And if you're a starting pitcher with the Angels, you hand a 4-run lead to the bullpen with total confidence. That's their game. They don't give up leads late in games. But they did 2 days in a row to the Yankees. Jeter got a piece of it, still 0-2. Good evening to you. We're at Yankee Stadium in New York. And so far it's been all Angels. And a stunning first 3 innings by the Angels against Randy Johnson, who finished the season so strong. But Garrett Anderson, a left-handed hitter, hit a 3-run homer in the first. Benji Molina, a 2-run homer in the third. It is 5-0. And Jeter, who had 2 hits in game 1 and has not reached base since then, battling it out here with Paul Byrd. There's Garrett Anderson. He's had a 3-run homer and a triple. And there's Benji Molina, who not only has a single and a 2-run homer, he's got 3 home runs in this series. And tonight he's hitting in the cleanup spot for only the 2nd time in his big league career. Jeter, hard hit to third. Quinlan from his knees. There's one. Kennedy over to first. Not nearly in time, but a nice play by Quinlan to keep that one from going on down the line, and he gets one.
That was an excellent play. That ball was smoked by Jeter, but a nice stop. And that's what Mike Scioscia said. He doesn't have a lot of range over there. He's not a great athlete, but if he gets to it, he usually catches it. And you can see he makes the play, and then he takes the guy at second base. He cuts down the lead runner with a perfect throw to second base. No chance to get Jeter on that double play.
So now Jeter at first. 1 out, 1 on, and here is Alex Rodriguez, and the big power is coming up now. A-Rod with 48 homers, Giambi, Sheffield, Matsui behind him. Alex Rodriguez hit a double his first time, his first hit of the series. And that's a little bit low. 1 ball and no strikes. A-Rod 1 hit, 6 at bats, although he's also drawn 3 walks and been hit by a pitch, so he's been on base plenty of times. Erstad on the bag at first with Jeter. And Byrd from the stretch. 1 ball, 1 strike. We haven't seen much of Byrd in the stretch tonight. The Angels, Joe, you mentioned the home run's really not their game. They were 21st in all of Major League Baseball, much less the slugging American League where the designated hitter is in use. The Yankees, there was only 1 team that hit more home runs than the Yankees. That was the Texas Rangers. But in this division series, the Yankees have only hit 1 home run, and Benji Molina himself has hit 3. Anderson and Molina have gone deep tonight. Rivera and Molina went deep in game 2 on Wednesday. The only Yankee home run was in the 9th inning in game 2 by Jorge Posada, and he's not playing tonight. 1-2 the count. Ooh, that one apparently wound its way around the inside corner.
Well, that's the pitch that he'll throw right at the right-handed hitter. A little cut fastball, then try to get it to move back over the plate. And he just misses with it. You can see the target inside, and it just kind of stays there. He doesn't get the inside corner.
2-2. That's Jeter over at first. And back onto the net. Still 2-2. Well, the Yankees need something big to happen, and they do have a lot of time to try and cut into this lead. But it would be difficult if you're the Yankees to count on what happened here in late July happening again in the postseason.
Well, you don't have to get all 5 of them back at one time, but you do have to start putting some runs on the board for 2 reasons. One, that'll show the pitcher that you can hurt him. Right now, Paul Byrd does not think the Yankees can hurt him.
Strike 3 called on the inside corner.
And we talked about this at the beginning. He was going to pitch the right-handers inside and the left-handers inside. He handled Jeter that way the first time up. Now watch where the pitches are. That one's pretty much in the middle of the plate. Inside part of the plate, back inside again. Out over the plate, back inside again. Right there. And he caught A-Rod looking. So he is moving the ball around, but he is pitching the right-handers predominantly inside. That's his game.
Now the Angels go into a shift as A-Rod is back in the dugout, having been called out. Giambi the hitter, and that's in there for a called strike.
And you can see, I mean, he basically pitches both left-handers and right-handers inside. That's where he wants to get them out.
Giambi flat out to shallow left his first time. And he hits it right through the defense. In fact, if they hadn't shifted at all, it would have been right to the second baseman. They had three infielders to the right side, and he found a hole in the middle of it. Jeter over to third, and here comes Sheffield now.
Well, Sheffield was robbed of a base hit by Kennedy behind the bag. He hit the ball sharply up the middle, and he had a runner in scoring position at that time. That was A-Rod. So now he comes up again with runners at first and third and with a chance to do some damage.
Yeah, Sheffield hit one right up the middle, and Adam Kennedy made a beautiful play. Playing him right up the middle to begin with. And he played a real tough hop and got the out.
And in his first at bat, he stayed in, off the plate, in, and then he went away on Sheffield, and he hit it hard.
A ball just off the outside. Sheffield was the very best on the Yankees in these kinds of at-bats in the regular season. He hit .364 with a runner or runners in scoring position. Randy Johnson, meanwhile, lingering down the steps from the dugout and the edge of the tunnel. Check the swing. 2-0.
And this is why Paul Byrd is a pretty good pitcher, though. He's smart. You know, he pitched Sheffield inside the first time up, but now he's going away. He doesn't want to let Sheffield look for that ball inside. So he thinks that he can pitch Jeter and A-Rod inside even if they look in there, but he does not want to handle Sheffield inside if he's looking for it.
Yankees have not done well in these at-bats since game 1 of the series. Center field. Figgins. That's the big part of the yard. He's got room, and the inning is over. Just to the right of the 408-foot marker out there. On to the fourth inning. 5-0 Angels.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Impala. Available with the powerful 303 horsepower small block V8 that delivers a remarkable 28 miles per gallon highway. It's a whole new animal. Chevy Impala, an American revolution.
Applebee's new Italian style is here.
Hey, Mambo! Mambo Italiano, you must go. Cause something tasty's going on. Oh, Applebee's will thrill you with some food right off the grill.
With so much Italian flavor, Applebee's Italian style will make your taste buds dance.
Hey, Mambo! Mambo Italiano, don't be slow. Cause soon it will be gone. Oh, new Italian dishes that are Applebee's delicious.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
Life doesn't stand still, and neither do we. That's why families trust Lowe's for installation. Not because we give you your very own project management teams to guide you and help you throughout the entire process, which we do, or because our installers are certified and fully insured, or because Lowe's guarantees you'll be satisfied with our installation service on everything we install. You see, at Lowe's, improving home improvement never ends. Now get all over-the-range microwaves installed for just $59.
What do you got here, Brainiac?
I'm not feeling this one, Fairy Snap Mother.
What's the feel, man? Overcome your fear.
Yeah, but last night...
No buts, man. My grandmother could do this, man. You don't stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do a spin jam. Look at that logo.
You are black, even a little dandruff shows.
That's why more people are switching from ordinary dandruff shampoo to Selsun Blue. Doctor recommended for flakes and itch. With aloe and moisturizers for healthier hair and scalp. Make the switch.
Never wear black without the blue. Selsun Blue.
Angels 5, Yankees nothing. Top of the fourth inning, Darren Erstad with a count of 0-1 as he chased the Randy Johnson slider. Erstad, the 7th place hitter. I'm John Miller, along with Joe Morgan and Gary Miller downstairs. It is Game 3 of the American League Division Series. The Yankees and the Angels. That ball is drilled into the right field corner. One hop just beneath the 314 sign. And into second base is Erstad. And so it goes on this night for Randy Johnson. That's the 5th extra base hit he's allowed already.
And that was a high breaking ball. He threw a good slider to Erstad to start the at-bat. And then now he comes with another. You see the target's way out there, and look where the breaking ball is. Up and just kind of hangs there. You can see it spinning and just kind of hangs there. And Erstad rips it down the right field line. I mean, he is missing his target badly. And, you know, that's part of the problem.
Mel Stottlemyre out to the mound, the pitching coach, as the Yankees bullpen gets busy again. 5-0. The Angels lead. We're in the top of the 4th. A runner at second and nobody out. Well, the White Sox have already clinched the other American League Division Series, and more action in Division Series play tomorrow. The Angels and the Yankees at 4 o'clock, 1 Pacific on Fox. 7:30 Eastern. It will be the Braves and the Astros on Fox. And then the Cardinals and Padres here on ESPN and ESPN HD at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, and 8 Pacific from Petco Park in San Diego. What do you think? Should we go out there to San Diego tomorrow?
Sounds good.
I'll be too tired to drive, so you'll have to do most of the driving. 1 ball and no strikes to Quinlan. Now with Adam Kennedy, the left-handed hitter, on deck, is Quinlan still trying to move the runner over to third? What do you think?
Well, in this situation, I don't know exactly what he's thinking, because he's pretty much a pull hitter, and you don't want to give yourself up since you have the lead. He fights that one off inside. This is a managerial move there, whether you want him to go the other way. You know, if it's 0-0, yeah, you take a shot, but 5-0, he may want him to try to go ahead and crush the ball, because they're crushing the ball off of Randy anyway.
And it's left-handers and right-handers both.
Yeah.
And it's been a long time since Randy been hit this hard by left-handers. That one almost hit Quinlan in the foot, and a nice save there by Flaherty. Slider in the dirt, or maybe the mud at this point. 2-2 the count. With another lefty, Adam Kennedy, on deck. Look at the lefties tonight. Garrett Anderson, a lefty, a homer and a triple. Erstad, the lefty, has grounded out and doubled. Kennedy, who's on deck, a lefty, is 1 for 1 with a single. And that's a foul ball. Still 2-2. So the 3 left-handed hitters in the order have had 4 hits in 5 at-bats amongst the 3 of them. And during the regular season, that's not the way it turned out for Randy Johnson. Lefties hit only 185 this year against Randy. That ball is a foul down the left field line. Still 2-2. Randy finished the regular season 6-0 in his last 8 starts. But here in the postseason, the Angels are putting it to him big time. And that's a solid single to right field. Sheffield grabs it on a hop into the cutoff man, Tino Martinez. Stopping at third is Erstad, and that is the 9th hit allowed by Johnson in 3+ innings. And here comes Joe Torre. So the big game for the big unit, and it has been a very bad night for Johnson, and you do not often see him get beat up this badly by anybody at any time. And they're booing him as he heads off the field. Aaron Small is coming in with 2 on and nobody out. 5-0 Angels. We'll be back.
Goodyear knows you're not the only one who depends on your tires. That's why there's the new Goodyear Wrangler with Silent Armor technology. It's engineered with a layer made with Kevlar for toughness and a quieter ride. Get the truck tire you can count on. The new Goodyear Wrangler with Silent Armor technology, so you can be there on the wings of Goodyear.
It's the time of the season when love runs high. In this time
Moving your 401ks to Fidelity is groovy. Our retirement specialists make it so easy, they'll even do most of the paperwork. You dig? Call 1-800-FIDELITY. Smart move.
Turn off the Ambilight function on your Philips flat TV, and it's like going back in time. The only flat TV with Ambilight from Philips. You'll never go back to ordinary TV.
Yankee Stadium, it's wet and it's windy. And as far as Randy Johnson and the Yankees go, they're unhappy about it.
John, to say I'm shocked is an understatement. I expected Randy Johnson to pitch well tonight. But let's show you something here. He is pitching to what is normally his strength, the high fastball. You cannot normally handle his high fastball. Look at this. I mean, that's where they're trying to pitch. You see the targets. I mean, they're trying to pitch people upstairs because of his great fastball. But you see now he gets knocked around. But they did not change their approach, which surprises me. His fastball wasn't working upstairs. You had to go to something else, and they didn't do that. But, I mean, you could see that they were actually calling for the pitches to be up. So, I mean, normally you can't handle Randy Johnson's high fastball, but they were handling it tonight, and they needed to go someplace else, and they did not.
And here comes Aaron Small. The Yankees went out and signed Randy Johnson. They signed Carl Pavano, Jarrett Wright, and they spent a lot of money bringing in 3 free agent pitchers. But now they're going to one of the guys that sort of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it really saved their season for them.
Wright got hurt for most of the year. Pavano also got hurt. And they went out and Brian Cashman, as you pointed out the other night, traded for Sean Chacon, and then they also brought up Aaron Small. Small went 10-0. 8-0 as a starting pitcher after being brought up for the minors. Adam Kennedy fouls one back.
Well, I mean, it's 5-0, and it seems like the Yankees are getting beaten around and knocked around, and they are. But by the same token, 5 runs, if you can stay in this zone, you still have a shot because you have, so many 6 innings of at bats left. And there you see Brian Cashman. He's not obviously very happy.
And the changeup fouled off the mask of the catcher Flaherty. Still 1-2. I mean, really, Small comes out in a big spot. You make a good point.
If you fall behind 8-0 or 7-0, you're in real trouble. But I'm telling you, if you can stay 5 runs, maybe even 6, I mean, you still have a chance with the bats that you have in your lineup. They haven't produced yet, but they're always capable of producing.
And the Angels are thinking about a big inning in this spot. Yeah, they got first and third and nobody out. This is the 9th hitter, and all the top guys are coming up next.
So they're trying to put the game away. That's why when you asked me about Quinlan taking a shot to move him over, no, I didn't think he would. You're trying to put this game out of reach. You already have 5 runs. You're trying to put it out of reach by getting 3, 4 more. 1 more is not the deal for you right now. Although in this situation, you want to make sure you get the runner in from third.
Angels going for the jugular. But Kennedy can't do it. And the strikeout was the ideal result for Aaron Small with a runner at third and nobody out. Let's go down to Gary Miller now.
John, ever since Randy Johnson arrived in New York and shoved a camera on the day he arrived, he's never really been embraced by New York, and he's never embraced them. He said coming into this game, cheer me, boo me, whatever you want to do, but I feed off that. Make some noise out there. Well, he got his request with the Bronx cheer when he left the mound.
What I'm talking about.
Well, and it was a little too late to help him. Here is Sean Figgins.
Well, I mean, he did have a poor outing tonight, but, let's face it, down the stretch, he won 6 ball games. They went 16-4 down the stretch. I mean, he won 6 ball games down the stretch, which was big just to get him into this position.
He led the way.
Yeah.
0-1 the count to Sean Figgins. He's 0 for 2 in the game. He's hit 2 deep fly balls. They pitch out, but nothing was going on.
And again, I'm going to repeat, I was shocked at what transpired here tonight because I just felt like Randy Johnson in this situation pressure-packed situation, I felt that he would handle it and do a great job, but you have to give the Angels credit, and you really have to give Mike Scioscia credit for putting Benjamin Molina behind Guerrero. I think that was the key move of this ball game.
Oh, what a grab by Cano. What a feed to Jeter. Double play. Jose is retired. Wow. Cano with a grab and then a brilliant feed. Just in time to get the speedy Figgins at first. Take a look at it. Look at this feed. That's some big league ball right there. Matsui coming up, 5-0 Angels.
Sports betting is a $200 billion a year business.
I'm in.
This fall, if you want to be a winner,
Where else you gonna have this much fun?
you've got to get in the game.
It's the greatest high in the world.
2 for the money. Rated R. Now playing.
Jeez, that's a big truck.
I want to know, what's with you and these pancakes? Hey, bro.
It has the world's biggest cab. The all-new Dodge Ram Mega Cab.
Where's the truck?
Yeah, it's that big.
Who's getting cash from Cash Call besides me? Sushi chefs and football refs, painters and waiters. Cash Call can wire $2,600 to $20,000 into your checking account. Call 866-590-CASH.
Yes, you can.
ESPN College Game Day is going to Happy Valley for Penn State showdown with Ohio State. Plus, is this the year that Texas finally beats Oklahoma? We'll cover all the day's big games. College Game Day, Saturday at 10:30 on ESPN.
Okay, you never told me.
What was that?
Crunchy!
Guys, I got
Want something crunchy?
Guys?
Taco Bell is open late. Feed your need for all the crunchy, grilled, marinated, spicy, and melty taste you can only get at Taco Bell. Want to spice up the night? Think outside the bun. Open till midnight or later.
More ASC certified master technicians, the top mechanics in the country, use Valvoline more than any other oil in their own cars.
Kenny, come to bed.
Nicorette Fresh Mint is different. It's the first and only stop-smoking gum coated with a cool burst of mint flavor. In fact, consumers prefer the taste 2-to-1 over any stop-smoking gum. It tastes great and fights cravings fast. Nicorette Fresh Mint. Start chewing, start quitting.
Game 2 turned on a defensive play turned in by Sean Figgins when the Angels were trailing. They owned that game from that point onward. Now the Yankees just made a brilliant defensive play as Matsui takes ball 1. They've got a much taller mountain to climb, though, down by 5 runs in this game.
Yeah, but that right there gives you some hope.
And Aaron Small, who bailed out the Yankees and proved to be a miracle worker after he was brought up in the minors going 10-0. He came in with runners at first and third. The Angels thinking about a big inning, and he didn't allow anybody to score. He pulled off a little El Duque magic right there.
Yeah,
that's a high fastball for a strike, and he's 2-1 now.
Down in between innings, I got a call from our buddy Steve Tyrell. He's in Japan, and he's watching the games with a lot of Japanese fans who are pulling for Matsui and the Yankees, but they better pull harder because right now the Angels own the day.
Down the left field line. That one is deep. That one is gone. Sayonara. Matsui-san, home run.
Well, that made the Steve Tyrell and the fans in Japan happy. But that's what the Yankees can do. I mean, again, I think the fact that they got out of that inning with that double play really energized the Yankee players. I mean, they still have a long way to go because Aaron Small's still going to have to shut down the Angels. Fastball, it was tailing away, And he hits it right down the line. That's a short area down, only 319 down the line. So he hit it to a short point in this ballpark.
Robinson Cano, who has only had 2 hits in the series, but each one has delivered runs with 2 hits. He's had 4 runs batted in, including the big hit in game 1.
And now this is what I was talking about. Once you show the pitcher that you can hurt him, it changes his mental state out there. See, Paul Berg was going right along. They're not able to score. But once you score on him, he knows that you can hurt him. That changes the way his approach in the ball game. But he still has a 4-run lead, and that's the way he has to pitch.
2-1 now. Foul ball.
Well, he hits it in the right down the line, and not a lot of left-handed hitters hit balls in that area. But Matsui has power to all fields. He took advantage of the short porch in left field, as did Molina for the Angels early.
And in his 3rd postseason with the Yankees, he's got his 6th postseason home run. Still raining at Yankee Stadium, sometimes harder than others. And it turned into sort of a light mist there for a while, but now a little stronger. And a foul off to the left into the upper deck. And the count is 2-2 to Cano with Bernie Williams on deck. Now, after Figgins made that great play to save a run in the 5th inning and keep it a 2-0 game Wednesday, Juan Rivera led off the next half inning with a home run for the Angels. And Cano and Jeter, and mostly Cano with a brilliantly started double play. And now Matsui, the next hitter in the next half inning, homers. Kennedy, nice pickup, spins around, high throw! Cano is safe at first, and he's limping. Cano might have strained something, and the trainer and manager Joe Torre are going to come out and see if he's okay.
Well, Kennedy had more time than he thought. He makes a great dive and stop, but watch, he turns it in reverse. Normally you will whirl to your left if you're a right-handed thrower. But watch this, he dives for the ball, and he turns to his right. Normally you would turn to your left. See how he turns to his right? Now he's off balance a little bit, and the throw goes away. Awry and gets into the dugout. But watch this. I mean, if you turn, normally you catch the ball right there and you'll whirl this way. He clearly turns the other way. He thinks he has time, but you can see the ball sails on him, and no way for Erstad to make the catch.
And let's watch him come out of the box on that.
Well, you have to give Cano credit because he was hustling all the way. Now he avoids contact with Erstad. Maybe that's when he hit the bag off balance a little bit.
Well, the Yankees assistant trainer Steve Donahue went out along with manager Joe Torre. There's Steve Donahue, Gene Monahan, the head trainer. Cano's okay. So here comes Bernie Williams. That has been scored as a base hit. Bernie to the right side and through, base hit. And Bernie is 2 for 2. That one somehow found an opening.
But John, that's not unusual. I'm surprised that Paul Berg threw him an off-speed pitch or a changeup with a left-handed hitter up there. The right side of the infield is open. Now this is a changeup. I mean, you can pull this ball anytime, and that's what Bernie does. He pulls it, and you can see the whole side of this infield is open. You do not even have to hit the ball hard. Bernie doesn't. But anytime you throw a guy a changeup, a left-handed hitter, he should go ahead and pull the ball. And that's what he does, and he finds the hole. I mean, he doesn't even hit this ball hard, but smart hitting by Bernie just to pull it. Kennedy makes another dive, but the ball goes into the outfield.
You saw Cano had to wait and make sure the ball did not hit him before he then accelerated ahead to second. A run is in. 2 men are on, and here comes Tino Martinez.
And if the Angel fans thought it was going to be easy, it's never easy here in Yankee Stadium.
The changeup, a strike to Tino. Tino grounded out to first his first time.
And this is the key at bat here. I mean, the one thing you do not want to do, obviously, is ground into a double play. But you're the key guy because you have Flaherty on deck, who is not a big-time hitter.
That is a strike at the knees. Tino looks back at Darryl Cousins. It looked a pretty good pitch. And the Angel bullpen, by the way, is getting busy. There is Brendan Donnelly already throwing in the Angel bullpen. Nobody out here in the Yankees' fourth inning. When he tried the curve, missed way outside.
I think this is one of those situations where he needs, and he doesn't really throw a sinker, John, but you need a sinker. He doesn't really throw one. You're going to try to get the ground ball. So you have two choices of getting the ground ball. Throw the cut fastball down and in, or something off speed away. So you want to try to get the ground ball, and without the sinker, that's what you have to do. There it is. He tried to get it away, but a change-up away, which is a good pitch to throw in this situation to get the ground ball, but Martinez just laid off of it.
It's a pretty good eye there by Tino Martinez.
And one thing, Joe Torre might think about is if Tino doesn't get him in, do you pinch hit for Flaherty this early in the ballgame? Randy Johnson's out of the ballgame now.
2-2.
Another changeup. He gets the ground ball.
And they'll just get the one. The runners move up. Cano to third, Williams to second, one away. Now let's take it to the studio. Carl Ravitch with the SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Hey, John, thank you. Hey, the White Sox snap an 87-year drought between their last postseason series win. 1917 World Series, they eliminate the Boston Red Sox and celebrate at Fenway Park. Meantime, Colin Montgomery, another steady round at the Amex Championship. He is one shot ahead of John Daly. Tiger Woods is also there as well. All those stories and much more on SportsCenter after the game. Baseball tonight, 1 hour after that.
All right, Carl, and you're going to hear Yankee Stadium. Johnson is out, now Flaherty is out, and indeed, as Joe speculated, here is Jorge Posada.
And I think this is a great move. And look, Joe Torre, I don't need to tell you how good a manager he is. I mean, he knows what he's doing. But the only reason Flaherty was in there, as I said earlier, that was a defensive move. Now you need some offense. And you've got one good offensive player sitting on the bench. What are you going to do? You bring him in. And this is Posada. And even if he doesn't get a base hit, he has to get the runner in from third. If you have to get one more runner in here to make sure you're staying in this ball game.
Well, in his last at bat, he hit a home run against Frankie Rodriguez in Anaheim. There are the runners. Cano at third, Bernie Williams back to second.
And when I say you make sure you get the runner in, the only place you do not want to hit the ball is back to the pitcher. Any place else, you can get the runner home. So you make sure that you don't hit a ground ball back to the pitcher.
Oh, that's that cutter right into the hands. Foul ball. The Yankees have not been able to get that big hit since game one, other than Robinson Cano. There he is at third base. So they're about due to get a big hit when it really counts the most. 0 for their last 12 in these kind of scoring at bats. 0-1 the count. That's foul.
And he's made two excellent pitches. That little cutter right in on the hands of Posada. And no matter what we say, if you sit on the bench, you sit there for a while, you get cold. It's just not the same as when you start. So you're coming in as a pinch hitter. It's a little more difficult. But, he has had problems with Bird anyway. He's 1 for 13 in his career, but that doesn't really mean anything in this situation if you're Posada. You're not thinking that I'm 1 for 13. You probably don't even realize it.
Well, he could make it out and do his job here.
Exactly.
Curveball, man, just outside. 1-2.
Let's take a look at this. And and Mike Scioscia wants to know where it was. And we'll be able to tell him. It's off the plate outside, Mike. I mean, that one missed by quite a bit. It just looked better. He still wants to know. Yeah.
Runners at second and third, 1 out.
And
that will get the run home. Erstad will take it himself. Cano comes in to score. And Bernie Williams over to third base. And it is 5-2 Angels.
And again, I mean, that is, a good play by Posada. At least he got him in. And you can see the guy's giving him a handshake because he did the job of getting the runner in from third base. You would have liked to have seen him get a base hit, but at least he got it in. Look, cutter right in on the hands. That's perfect. I mean, look at those pitches. He's making great pitches, and Posada's fighting him off, and then he gets one he can handle, and he pulls it to first base.
So Posada gets the RBI, 5-2. Now with 2 down, it will take a hit or an Angels mistake to get Bernie home. And here is Jeter, who has not had a hit since game 1.
But he was a 300 hitter during the season, so you like this matchup.
It's backing out of play. Tonight, Jeter has struck out and grounded into a force play against Paul Byrd.
And the one thing I've noticed is he has kept him off balance. There you see Jeter's father, Charles. But he has kept Jeter off balance with the fastball in and the breaking ball away. I mean, that's perfect pitching. But he has been able to do that to Jeter so far in this ball game.
Captain Clutch. That's a very apropos appellation for Jeter in the postseason. And there he goes. Yeah. He does deliver. He serves it into right field. Bernie scores. 3 runs are in. 5-3 Angels.
And he pitched him exactly the same way he was pitching him before. He threw him a fastball in on the hands. Then he threw him a breaking ball away. But when you're a 300 hitter like Jeter, you adjust to what the pitcher is doing to you. And make no mistake about it, he knew how Byrd was pitching him. Here's the slider away. And look at it, he just kind of flips it to right field. But I mean, that's good hitting right there because you know that's where he's going with the pitch, and you take advantage of it by going the other way. And again, it's never easy for the visiting team here in Yankee Stadium.
So Jeter, Captain Clutch, gets the Yankees' first hit with a runner in scoring position after 13 times coming up empty had the Yankees. And here's A-Rod, 0-1 the count. Rodriguez has doubled and been called out on strikes. And suddenly we're only in the 4th inning. And now he's the possible tying run.
Well, the whole key, if you were the Yankees, was just to get back in the ball game. As I said, you don't have to score all 5, although you want to, but just to show Paul Byrd that you can hurt him changes the whole situation here for the Yankees and for the Angels.
So it was Matsui who got him started, leading off the inning with a home run.
But I'll tell you something else. Paul Byrd has pitched very well to A-Rod. I mean, again, A-Rod is off balance. We saw Jeter off balance the first couple of at-bats. And we see A-Rod off balance here. A little cut fastball is keeping him off balance, and he struck him out with a 3rd call strike with a fastball back inside after he had thrown him some sliders away. But there's Brendan Donnelly in the bullpen for the Angels.
Matsui led off the inning with an opposite field homer. And Cano got the infield hit after a great stop by Kennedy, but a bad throw. And the cutter is outside. A ball and 2 strikes. And Bernie Williams kind of fueled the rally with a base hit. Then they got a run home with 2 infield outs, moving runners up both times. And then Jeter got the clutch 2-out RBI single. Posada knocked in the first one with a ground out. Now 2-2 to A-Rod. That was the 25th pitch in this inning, thrown by Paul Byrd. Fans chanting MVP. Countdown.
Well, here's the question if you're Paul Byrd. I just missed the 3 sliders. But do I go with a fastball or do I have to throw another slider? And the real point is if you'll throw a slider 2-2, you should be able to throw it 3-2.
Everybody on their feet now at Yankee Stadium. Erstad has left the bag at first and placed behind Jeter. So Jeter can get a huge lead over there. There goes Jeter. Ball 4. And that is going to be it for Paul Byrd. Scioscia has signaled to the bullpen for Brendan Donnelly. 3 runs are in. Jason Giambi coming up. with Sheffield right behind him. 5-3 Angels. And we'll be back.
Just one of 120 not-so-standard features available on the all-new German-engineered Passat.
Salmon spend most of their adult lives in the ocean. After maturing, they migrate back to spawn in the same rivers and streams where they were born. It is here that many a salmon's life is cut short. However, there is good news. I just saved a bunch of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Trimming a tree on game day, you say? With the NFL on Sprint, I still get the play-by-play.
Leaving this tree isn't something I'd chance, so I enjoy stats from my perch on this branch.
The boss asked us to prune the greenery, so I listen to highlights while I take in the scenery.
Should your next climb up a pine make you quake?
Enjoy what great bedfellows, trees, and football make!
Exclusive NFL content, only from the new Sprint.
Game 3 of a suddenly revitalized American League Division Series presented by Budweiser. We're at Yankee Stadium. It's been a wet and windy night. And then the crowd had its hopes diminished greatly as Randy Johnson got knocked out early by the Angels. But Aaron Small came into the game with runners at first and third and nobody out. And he did not allow the Angels any further scoring. And now the Yankees have gotten themselves going, and they've knocked Paul Byrd out of the game in the 4th inning. There's Brendan Donnelly on to pitch here with Giambi the hitter and 2 men on. Giambi will be the 8th man to bat in the inning. And Donnelly, like most of the Angel pitchers, throws strikes, rarely walks a hitter. Giambi with a soaring fly ball foul.
Now, the one thing the Angels have to be careful of here, John, is that no one is actually holding Derek Jeter at second base. I mean, Cabrera is in short right field, and they've got the shift on. I mean, if Jeter wanted to take off at third base, he could do so. And that would obviously let A-Rod go. See this? I mean, now he's coming on the grass, but watch him move back on the grass. And he has no chance of holding Jeter close. Then move away. Now, Jeter could take off anytime he wants. But it's tough to do that when you have a left-hand hitter up there like Giambi, and you want to give him a chance to drive you in. But that's something you can look for later in the ball game if it's a close game and they put this shift on with Giambi up.
1 ball, 1 strike. Giambi, who was named the American League Comeback Player of the Year. And it really all happened in the second half of the season when he really got hot. So hot that he finally back up in the 3rd spot in the order with A-Rod moving to the number 2 spot. When the season began, he was hitting 7th, 8th. He was hitting way down in the order. 2 on, 2 out. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's nobody there. Here comes Jeter. A-Rod over to 3rd. 5-4 Angels. The second time tonight that Giambi has defeated the shift.
I tell you what, John, it works out great for the Yankees, but I don't think Giambi's going the other way. This is an off-speed pitch, and ends up hitting it to the left side, but he wasn't up there going to left field. The first pitch he tried to pull. Now watch this pitch. It's an off-speed pitch. See, he takes a big swing. This is a big slugger swing. This is not a swing to slap the ball the other way. The Yankees just get a break there with him hitting it toward the end of the bat. See, that's a big swing, not a swing where you're trying to drive it the other way. And he hits it off the end of the bat, and it goes in the hole perfectly for the Yankees. So they get a break there.
Now Sheffield and the Yankees have come roaring back to within a run, all in one inning. And the possible tying runs at third base, and here is Sheffield. He is 0 for 2 in the game. Up the middle. Figgins. What a play. The inning is over. Sean Figgins, a defensive hero at third base on Wednesday, and a great defensive play as a center fielder tonight. Now, in 60 seconds, we'll visit with Joe Torre from the Yankee dugout. Stay tuned for that.
My brother learned to read in first grade. I learned before kindergarten. I use the computer. Now I write my own books. One is about an elephant with amnesia and a toad who thinks he's a frog. I also have a scanner so I can add pictures. That way, even my brother can understand.
Start something literary. Start anything you like with a world of software and devices that run on Windows.
Verizon Broadband, the world's most advanced network, can make any online gamer's reflexes unbeatable. No matter who they are.
Whatever.
I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, and we're joined now by manager Joe Torre from the Yankee dugout. And Joe, many thanks for coming on with us.
Well, I'm here.
Hey, Joe, you played one of your big chits there. You didn't start Posada, but as soon as Johnson was gone, what ran through your mind there?
Well, that was it. We had a man in scoring position, and then, every single at bat and every run is like gold. So you had to take an opportunity, and just hitting a ground ball, getting us a run. We made the most out of that inning. I just think, Joe, that we got a big lift from the double play that the kids started at second base.
Exactly.
I mean, the defensive play, because they looked like they were poised for a big inning there when you brought Small in.
It was sort of reminiscent of when I brought Messina in Game 7 of the 03 championship series. It didn't look like we were going to be able to get back in the game, and all of a sudden the defensive play and the pitching of Smalley just, all of a sudden got our spirits up. And because, when Randy gets beat up like that, I think it takes its toll on the rest of the club.
And real quickly, Joe, I mean, what was happening with Randy tonight? Why was he getting knocked around?
He just didn't locate at all. I mean, he just made some pitches. He tried to, I'll give you an example. He tried to get that pitch up and in to Garrett Anderson. He got it down in the middle of the plate. So he was missing his spots by a long way.
Thanks a million, Joe.
Okay.
Manager Joe Torre from the Yankee dugout. We're going to let Joe get back to work now as the Angels come up with Orlando Cabrera, Vladimir Guerrero, and Benji Molina.
And the one thing the Yankees have to do is not relax a little bit. I mean, the Angels are going to keep coming after you. That's the signature of their team, and they're starting right there, maybe. No, nice play by Matsui.
Matsui moving across the wet greensward out there, and he was able to handle it. And still raining here at Yankee Stadium. And it has been raining at all times ever since the game started. 5-4, the Angels lead the Yankees, which is something else to mention here. You never think of it in postseason play, but the same rules are in effect.
Well,
once there's 5 innings played, it's an official game. Alex Rodriguez throws out Vladimir Guerrero, out number 2.
Well, John, that's true that it is an official game after that, but guess what? They're not going to let it happen that way. I mean, they will not call a game like an hour and a half after it starts to rain in the postseason. Although the rule says that, it's official game after 5.5 innings.
Yeah, after 5 innings.
Well, 5.
If the home team is trailing.
Yeah.
Or 4.5 innings if the visiting team is trailing. Right now the tarp is all rolled up and stored over against the box seat railing, which is right where we like to see it. Here is Benji Molina. Now, how about this? Benji Molina, the only other time he ever hit cleanup was 2 days after they clinched the division title over Oakland. And they had sort of the B lineup in there, and Molina hit cleanup against Barry Zito. Now he's one of the best cleanup hitters I've ever seen. That's the inning. 3 up and 3 down. Aaron Small has gotten 6 outs on 13 pitches. Matsui coming up, and we'll visit with pitching coach Bud Black from the Angels dugout at 6.
Hot. Spicy. Excuse me? Want something spicy? Taco Bell is open late. Feed your need for all the spicy, grilled, marinated, crunchy, and melty taste you can only get at Taco Bell. Want to spice up the night? Think outside the bun. Open till midnight or later.
Have a good day. See you tonight.
Okay.
Introducing the all-new Suzuki Grand Vitara. You want more out of life? We're giving you the green light. Go.
Raindrops, not many of them, though. As we take a look from the right field foul pole here at Yankee Stadium, the Angels lead the Yankees 5-4 going to the last of the 5th. Bud Black, the pitching coach for the Angels, joins us from the Angel dugout. Welcome, Bud. Thank you.
All right, John.
Bud, Bird was throwing the ball well for the first 3 innings, and it just appeared he was still throwing well. What happened?
Well, it looked to be, like you said, Joe, looks as though he was throwing the ball well. He made a mistake to Matsui for the homer. And that ball was supposed to be inside. He left it out over the plate. And then the 4 ground balls got him 2 runs. And then Jeter flipped one into the right. They didn't hit him hard after the homer, but his pitch count started getting up. He threw 50 pitches the last couple innings. He looked to be wavering a little bit, and we decided to make a move.
All right, now, Bud, you have a handle on, is the ball jumping here tonight? What do you think?
A little bit of both. GA's ball got out in a hurry in the first. Looks as though Benji's ball got hung up a little bit on his homer. And it looks as though Matsui's ball carried. So the wind's doing funny things, that's for sure.
And the bullpen from here on, how far can Donnelly go?
Well, we're hoping Donnelly gets through this one, and then we got Shields and Escobar and Frankie down there. We still got Langton, Santana, and Greg, so we're in pretty good shape.
All right, Bud, thanks very much for coming on with us.
Okay, guys.
And, John, the one thing to remember, the Yankees are still trailing. It may have seemed like all the eruption, all the excitement here that the Yankees had caught up, but they're still down 5-4.
Here is Matsui, who led off the 4th inning with that opposite field home run. And that is ball 1 from Brendan Donnelly.
And I think in both cases, as Joe Torre alluded to with Randy Johnson, and as Bud Black alluded to about Paul Burt, location, location, location. That's been the problem that both starting pitchers ran into when they did have trouble in this ball game.
That's going to go out of play on the left field side into the lower deck. 1 ball and 1 strike to Matsui. Cano and Williams to follow. The Yellow Book pitching summary. Paul Byrd, 77 pitches, lasted 3 2/3, 4 runs, 7 hits allowed. Randy Johnson, 3+ innings, 5 runs, 9 hits allowed, including 2 home runs, one by Garrett Anderson and one by Benji Molina to knock in all 5 of those runs. Inside from Donnelly, 2-1. Donnelly ended up being a great star in that 2002 postseason, as he ended up kind of the 7th inning man, and Frankie Rodriguez was the 8th inning man. And then they had Percival for the 9th inning, and they kind of reworked their whole bullpen as the postseason went along that year. That ball is a foul.
John, you know what? I'm going to have to disagree a little bit with what Joe Torre said about Randy Johnson. I agree that he was missing his spots, as we showed you sometimes, but I don't think he had good stuff. I think that was the key. He did not have good enough stuff to pitch to the locations that he was trying to throw to, and I think that was more the problem than just location. I don't think he had good stuff tonight, and I think he'll tell you that.
Well, if he has real good stuff,
they don't handle those high
They don't hit home runs on pitches up above the strike zone very often. Or ever.
Ever.
2-2 the count, and that is low. So we've had a little bit of everything in this ball game. We've had power. We've had
some great defense.
And we've had the drama of the Yankees with their ace on the mound tonight falling behind big time and him getting knocked out early. And that they came roaring back as the big crowd got right back into it.
Well, you know how those 26 championship banners up there, John, by quitting when you fall behind in a ball game. There is still some type of mystique here about Yankee Stadium. And there you see the 26 championships.
3-2 the count. Ooh, ball 4. That looked pretty close. But we're talking about that defense. Robinson Cano made this play for a double play that may have turned the whole game around.
Well, there's no doubt this changed the game, John. It's a great play just to get there. But here's the toughest part, the throw to Jeter. If he doesn't make a perfect throw to Jeter, you do not double Sean Figgins up at first base. And look at this. This is the tough part. See, his back's to Jeter. Now he has to make a perfect throw, and he does so. Jeter comes across, takes it in stride, gets rid of it, and that's the only way that you're going to double up Figgins at first base. If that throw is off a little bit where Jeter has to reach, no chance. So it was a perfectly executed double play that got him out of trouble.
And Cano, in turn, as he drops down a bunt, it spins back foul.
Man.
But it's a foul ball. The crowd very excited.
I mean, that had some backspin on it.
All of home plate is in fair ground. And that one spun back and ended up being kind of an easy call for Cousins because it was not on the plate, but behind the plate when it was picked up.
I was watching the golf tournament in Harding Park in San Francisco today. Tiger Woods hit one just sucked back like that. And he didn't want it to. He's trying to just drop this ball down out in front and then try to beat it out. But you can see the spin on it, and the reverse spin pulls it back foul.
Well,
and this is showing you that Joe Torre realizes that they're still down 5-4. You know, the fans probably don't realize that. They think that everything's good, but you still have to get the other run.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, it has to feel like, wow, we got him now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it feels like. And that's why, you know, if you're the Angels, you say, hey, we weathered the storm. We're still ahead. Now let's play the ball game. And Joe Torre realizes that better than anyone, and that's why he had Cano bunting there. Try to get the tying run into scoring position.
And the Angel bullpen is working. 0-2 to Cano. Man, Cano has been the man in this series for the Yankees. Is Kevin Gregg, number 63, and Scott Shields, number 62, up in the Angel bullpen.
And as Bud Black said, he just wants to try to get Donnelly through this inning, and then they'll go to Shields. So he has a game plan, you know, if they can get through this inning.
I mean, this is such a huge game.
Yeah.
Whoever wins the game has to win just one more. The other team faces elimination as early as tomorrow, the loser tonight.
But it's a bigger game for the Yankees than it is for the Angels. And the reason I say that is because if they lose, the Yankees lose, that means the best they can hope for is to go back to Anaheim and play Game 5 against Bartolo Colon. A rested Bartolo Colon, I might add. So this is a bigger game for the Yankees than it is, you know, for the Angels. It doesn't mean the Angels can't be eliminated tomorrow, but it's a big game for the Yankees.
1-2 the count. Left center field. That's into the gap. Figgins has to chase it. He slips. Being waved home, Matsui. The relay by Cabrera, and he airmails it. Touchdown! It's all tied up as Cano goes to third. Cano with his 5th RBI of the series.
Well, you might have to wonder why Joe Torre would even want this guy to sacrifice. I mean, he has come up big in this entire series. But the worst thing that happened there is they thought they had a shot at Matsui. And that allowed Cano to get to third base, the lead run with no one out.
Cano with his 3rd double of the series and his 5th run batted in. Runner at third, nobody out. We're coming back.
There is one conventional oil that totally defies convention. Mobile Clean 5000. The first oil enhanced with a high-endurance formula. The only one guaranteed to protect for 5,000 miles. Mobile Clean 5000. The oil that's changing oil.
2 outs in the inning. And there's strike 2 on the bomber. What an epic battle we're witnessing. He digs back in. No, wait. What's he doing? The bomber is calling his shot.
I'm all over that.
He's pointing beyond the outfield fence.
Yeah, buddy.
Are we witnessing history? And there it goes!
Bud Light. Great taste. Great times.
What drives a man to such greatness?
Bud Light, Bud Light, Bud Light. Ooh, a hot dog.
There is one conventional oil that totally defies convention. Mobile Clean 5000. The first oil enhanced with a high-endurance formula. The only one guaranteed to protect for 5,000 miles. Mobile Clean 5000. The oil that's changing oil.
Log on to MLB.com to follow baseball live on the web with MLB.com's real-time stats, game day audio, and MLB.tv. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
Well, I'm sure he'll get a lot of votes for Rookie of the Year. And he may get some votes for mayor if this keeps up. Robinson Cano, 22 years old.
Well, watch this, John. He finds the gap. I don't know why Torrey was having him bunt anyway. But watch this, and here's where the problem starts. This is a wet field. Figgins slides. Now his throw, look at this, almost a fly ball. It slips out of his hand. He takes it, that means that Cabrera's off balance. When he catches it, slips out of his hand, and it hits the backstop. So you can attribute a lot of this to the wet conditions out there. Watch when he slides down. Now watch this throw. It's not, his throw kind of flies out of his hand and becomes a fly ball. Now Cabrera catches it, and you see his slips away. So the wet conditions cause those overthrows.
And it's earlier than they wanted, but here is Scott Shields on the pitch. An error charge to Cabrera for allowing Cano to go to third base.
And the Angels are playing this halfway. They're not playing all the way in on the infield. They're playing halfway. And you see the great numbers there for Shields, only 66 hits in 91 and 2/3 innings.
And 98 strikeouts. And that's what he wants right now. Cano will tag up, and he should score easily. Anderson. Here comes Cano. And the Yankees have gone ahead. Bernie Williams, who earlier had 2 base hits and a run scored, now puts the Yankees ahead with the fly ball. After trailing 5-0, the Yankees are now leading 6-5. We're at Yankee Stadium, Game 3. Randy Johnson knocked out early, gave up 5 runs in 3+ innings. The Angels got a 3-run homer from Garrett Anderson in the first, a 2-run homer from Benji Molina in the third, and Johnson was gone, leaving runners at first and third, and nobody out in the 4th inning. And right after that, the whole thing turned around very dramatically as Tino Martinez swings and misses on a changeup, and it is 0-1. And it really started big time when Robinson Cano turned in a spectacular double play, and the Angels did not get anybody else home in that 4th inning. The Yankees got 4 in their half of the 4th, and 2 more already here in the 5th.
And a lot of times, it's like in other sports, a great defensive play can spark your offense. And that's what happened here. I mean, it was just the excitement of that double play that got the fans back in it and got the Yankee hitters thinking, hey, we got to go get them now.
Gino swung at it, and he is gone. So he gets the strikeout, 1 batter too late.
And we also have to remember, even though Aaron Small is pitching well, we're only in the 6th inning. If you're the Angels, you're going to have, 4 more at-bats to try to, come back in this ball game. Well, it'll be the 6th inning when the Angels come to bat. They're going to have 12 more outs to get back in this game.
The Yankees with the lead. And often a Yankee path to success is getting the lead to Flash Gordon and Mariano Rivera. And Rivera could well be available for 2 innings tonight. He had not worked since Tuesday's game. Jorge Posada, who did not start the game, came up as a pinch hitter for Flaherty. And there's the great Rivera out of the Yankee bullpen. Well, in fact, it's similar for both teams, Joe, in that they're trying to get the ball to Gordon and Rivera, or the Angels are trying to get the ball to guys like Escobar and Francisco Rodriguez.
And obviously, the one that accomplished their goal is probably going to be the one that wins this ball game. But the one thing, to remember now, I think you have to be careful about using Rivera for 2 innings tonight, because you have to play a game Saturday and you may have to play a game Sunday, even if you win. So you have to be careful with him. Flash Gordon, I would say okay, but with Rivera, you got to, use him in the right spots.
And that's an excellent point, as that sinker is too low, 2-2. But I mean, if it was game 5,
right, then
surely it
would go 2 innings. You wouldn't even worry about it. But remember, I mean, this only puts you up 2-1 if you win this ball game. And so I would say that you wouldn't want to use him 2 innings. Although Joe has done it in the past to win that one game that he thinks is the turning point.
And the breaking ball for the strikeout. But the Yankees have taken a 5-0 deficit, and now after 5 innings, they lead 6-5.
The new, intimidating Mitsubishi Raider. Available 230 horse V8 and the most towing capacity in its class. Mitsubishi, driven to thrill.
Look inside. Prop 76 makes major changes to California's Constitution, gives the governor unlimited new power to cut programs of his choosing, and ends minimum school funding requirements. He'll be free to cut schools, public safety, even health care with no legislative oversight.
Prop 76 doesn't fix the budget or stop new taxes. It destroys our system of checks and balances. This isn't reform.
It's another bad idea. Prop 76. Vote no.
Stored.
Now playing on Tuesday nights, the main event. Round up the best players the game has ever seen. Invite the largest field in history. Throw $53 million in the pot, and you've got.
And I'm feeling good.
The World Series of Poker. The main event begins Tuesday at 8 on ESPN.
This house is definitely too large.
But it looks so perfect online.
Finding a new home shouldn't be this hard.
It's just the right size.
An experienced RE/MAX agent can help find the home that's right for you. Nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX.
ESPN's Major League Baseball Division Series, presented by Budweiser, brought to you by Chevy. Chevy and baseball, they just go together. An American Revolution. And Wheaties, the breakfast of champions.
And I don't know if it's completely gone, but you'd have to get a microscope out to see any falling right now. But after raining all night long, it looks like the rain has stopped, at least for the time.
And that's great for the players.
Here is Garrett Anderson to lead off against Aaron Small. And as you heard Joe Torre say when we chatted with him from the dugout, he likened what Small did there in the 4th inning to when he brought Mike Messina into Game 7 in the 2003 League Championship Series against the Red Sox. Messina came in a tight spot. Yankees were down big time, and Messina pitched beautifully and kept the Red Sox from blowing that game open. Of course, they eventually came from behind against Pedro and won it on Aaron Boone's home run. Off the end of the bat that time, and an easy play for Sheffield. That's the first time that Garrett has been retired. He had a 3-run homer to right center in the 1st inning and a triple down the right field line in the 3rd. that was wet field aided. And the field is wet and rather sloppy, especially out in the outfield from what we've seen after all of the rain that's been falling most of the night. And here is Juan Rivera. He has struck out twice. He's the only guy that Randy Johnson struck out while he was in there. 6-5. The Yankees lead. The run that separates the two teams is actually an unearned run as a result of the official score charging Cabrera with an error, allowing Cano to go to third base as Cabrera tried to make the play at the plate. 6-5. The Yankees lead the Angels. And that's a foul. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan. Gary Miller is downstairs with us.
And John, as I said at the time, that was interesting to me because they thought they had a shot at the plate. If that's just a double and the run scored, then they hold, him at second base, and now the Yankees would have had to manufacture a run. Yet now they get him to third base, all they have to do is hit a fly ball. So the fact that they thought they had a shot at the plate really hurt them in that situation, because I didn't think they really had a shot, but they thought they did, and so the throw went to the plate, and it was a bad throw from Cabrera.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Steve Donahue out to help Darrell Cousins, the plate umpire, with some sort of a problem. Give him some eye drops, Joe. How are your eyes doing? Okay.
Actually, I was thinking about using some myself here real quickly.
I think if Steve could just come up here for just a couple of minutes. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, there in that picture, you can see a little light rain is falling. 1-1 the count. And Aaron Small off the outside with the breaking ball. I mean, Aaron Small, he was 10-0 for the New York Yankees. Without him, they're not here.
Correct.
And how that happened and how they ended up bringing him up here, that's a story for the ages, because it wasn't like he was having incredible success at Columbus in AAA. He made 10 starts and 1 relief appearance at Columbus. 1 win, 4 losses, and a 4.96 ERA in AAA.
Well, it just proves what he was telling them all the time. He's not a AAA pitcher. He's a big league pitcher. That's what it is.
Well, and if that's what he was telling them, he proved it. 2-2 the count. Ran that one in the hands.
John, while we have a moment, I want to say hello to my mom back in Oakland, California, who's recovering from surgery, and her roommate, Ms. Lanier, they're watching the game. Although I must tell you, my mom's a big Atlanta Braves fan, but I'm sure she's watching the game, and just want to say hello to her.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing to your mom.
Yeah.
John Smoltz.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. Yeah, and how about you think Robinson Cano maybe reminds her of her son Joe Morgan when he was a kid?
Only in the fact that he was a second baseman.
Cano.
I'm telling you, because and you look at the Yankees, they've had some of the greatest second basemen recently. Alfonso Soriano and now Cano. I mean, they've come up with some great ones.
Although Soriano was a great hitter.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the great power-hitting second basemen ever.
Yeah. Well, Roger Hornsby was that way. He was more of a hitter, but he played second base. And I mean, it's okay to be a hitter if you play second base.
But I don't know if they ever saw Soriano make a double play like Cano made tonight in that 4th inning.
Yeah. Cano's a little different. He is a very good player. And I mean, as you know, Soriano has always been one of my favorite players, but Cano is an excellent player as well.
22 years old. That ball is drilled down the left field line. The first hit allowed by Aaron Small. Rivera, the former Yankee, digs for second, and he is in there with a stand-up double. He's only the 6th player who made his major league debut for the Yankees and later hit a postseason home run against the Yankees. Coming up tomorrow, Angels and Yankees, Game 4 on Fox, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Game 3, Braves at Astros at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on Fox. And tomorrow night, Joe and I will be in San Diego. The Cardinals and the Padres on ESPN and ESPN HD, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 8 Pacific time. And the Cardinals will try and wrap up that series in San Diego with Matt Morris going against the former Cardinal, Woody Williams. Matt Morris and Woody Williams. And Woody Williams was not only a Cardinal for a while, but he was an excellent Cardinal. I mean, he did real well in St. Louis.
John, I think here's the situation. If you're the Angels, you have to say, I'll need to score this run this inning.
Erstad's the hitter, and they just might do it. Base hit to right field. Sheffield up with the ball. The throw is not in time.
And that's what I was saying. This game is not over by any stretch of the imagination, because the Angels are a team that can, manufacture runs, scratch out some runs, and they're only one run behind. Now, they couldn't have come back from a 5-0 deficit like the Yankees, I don't believe. But, hey, they know how to play this game.
Well, it didn't take him long to get that guy home from second. Darren Erstad doubles him or singles him home.
And one of the things that happens here, Small doesn't throw that hard, and Erstad can handle the off-speed stuff. You see the throw go all the way through and not quite in time. The second bounce kind of died, and Posada wasn't able to grab it and tag Rivera.
Now, on a dry field, that might have been a whole different story at the plate.
Well, first of all, it would have gotten to Sheffield quicker, and his throw would not have died coming into the plate.
It is 6-6 now. The Angels have tied it up here in the 6th inning. And the Yankee bullpen's going to get busy. Now, until the Yankees made their comeback, the loudest ovations we heard tonight at Yankee Stadium is they were watching the Red Sox on the big screen. And that's the Yankee Stadium crowd cheering the Red Sox loss at Fenway Park.
And that's a bat boy. That's not one of the players. The players didn't react very much, but some of the bat boys did.
A.J. Przinsky, who had another big night, and they swept the series, outscoring the Red Sox 24-9. Paul Konerko had a 2-run homer in the 6th inning that broke a 2-2 tie in the clinching game today. And then El Duque came on with the bases loaded and a 1-run lead, where it seemed inevitable that the Red Sox would at least tie that game, and he didn't allow anybody to score. El Duque ended up going 3 innings of shutout ball. And El Duque, the former Yankee, helped him beat the Red Sox at Fenway tonight. Steve Finley, the pinch hitter for Rob Quinlan, which means that Finley will then go into center field, and Figgins will move from center back to third base.
And I think it's an interesting move here anyway, because Small doesn't throw that hard, and you've got the right side of the infield open, so some of the off-speed pitches, he can pull them through there if you're Finley.
Left-hander Al Leiter, the right-hander Tanyan Sturtz. 6-6 in the 6th. Erstad, the runner at first. That's a called strike to Finley. Finley, who just had the worst year of his big league career, coming off one of his best years. He had 36 home runs last year for Arizona and the Dodgers, and helped the Dodgers get into the postseason. 1 strike to Finley with Adam Kennedy on deck, 1 out. Erstad at first. Rivera hit a double with 1 out, and Rivera had quite a battle with Aaron Small. It was a long battle, and he finally got the one he wanted and hit the double into the corner, and then Erstad promptly singled him home. Finley with a mighty cut at that one, but fouled it back. It's 0-2. There's Juan Rivera, who slid home on the mud to get that tying run against his old team, the Yankees. A former Yankee. He joined guys like Stan Javier, Jay Buhner, Moose Skowron as former Yankees who started their career with the Yankees and then later homered against them in the postseason. Finley helped him out considerably on that one.
Well, Small did a good job of pitching there, John. He threw him all fastballs. He didn't throw the off-speed pitches he was throwing before. Threw him all fastballs to get 2 strikes, and then he goes up and out of the strike zone, and Finley just chases it. You can see that clearly up and out of the zone. Another fastball. He threw him three fastballs, the last 3 pitches, and was able to put him away.
So now 2 down. Here's Kennedy. We mentioned earlier in the telecast, Finley back in the dugout. Kennedy pretty much a singles hitter these days. There's ball 1 to him. He hit a single back in the 2nd inning and struck out in the 4th. He was the first man to face Aaron Small. Small came in with runners at 1st and 3rd, nobody out in the 4th. And Kennedy could have knocked in a run even by hitting a double play ball, but instead he struck out. That was a big play for Small, who then got the next hitter, Figgins, to hit the double play that was started in spectacular fashion by Cano. In the rain, you can see it on that shot of Small, as we also see the rain out of the bullpen with Leiter, the left-hander, skirts the right-hander, warming up. Figgins, the leadoff man, is on deck. And he brings the breaking ball back in for a strike. Then he's got to go chase the ball as it bounced away from him. Bounced off his glove. He didn't. Now he wants a new baseball. That one's all wet. One ball, 1 strike to count. Well, Joe Torre, his Yankees were down 5-0, and then they suddenly, 2 innings later, were ahead 6-5. That lead, however, short-lived. Rivera's double, Erstad single, and it's tied. It's a foul ball.
John, one point I want to make here is that when you hit a ground ball to the infielders, you see them get the ball. They take the time. They grab the seams. That keeps the ball from a wet ball from getting away from you if you can grab it across the seams. But on those balls that were hit to the outfield, Figgins had to try to get it back in quickly, and so did Cabrera's throw to the plate. They didn't have time to look for the seams. But what you do in a wet conditions like this is you find the seams of the ball, and that keeps the ball from slipping out of your hand. You grab it and get across the seams.
Erstad back to the bag. Chino Martinez playing on the bag with it. Erstad had 10 steals during the season. The Angels have had very little success running in this series so far. They've had 1 steal and been thrown out 3 times trying. Now field straight away for Kennedy. And the backdoor slider misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Six runs, 11 hits for the Angels. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Yankees. The wind, by the way, it's been blowing all night long, but it has really picked up now. You can see by the flags out there in left center field. 2-2. Little bloop. Cano racing out, still going. No. Over to third base is Erstad. So a pop-up, a wind-blown pop-up at that, and it found a spot where nobody could catch it. Runners at 1st and 3rd. Kennedy is 2 for 3 in the game. That's 3 hits in the inning for the Angels.
Well, this goes right in the area where no one can get there quick enough. Cano gives it the best shot, but there's nothing he could do about it. He had the best shot at it, but you see he couldn't get there, and you see this water splash up as he slides.
Sheffield, who came all the way over from right field, actually picked that one up.
And I wouldn't like to see Sean Figgins over here. He's hit the ball hard 3 times tonight, and he doesn't have anything to show for it. I mean, he's hit the ball hard 5 times in this series, and he's, what is he, 0 for 11?
Yeah, 0 for 11. Has never even reached base. Now you've got Kennedy at first base, Erstad at third base. Kennedy in the regular season stole 19 times and got thrown out only 4.
But Erstad doesn't run nearly as well as he used to. This would be a perfect double steal situation before, but Erstad doesn't run as well anymore.
And the breaking ball, a strike to Figgins. Figgins, who was pretty well shut down last year by the Red Sox in the division series, and is 0 for 11 so far tonight.
But again, that doesn't show how he's swinging the bat. He's hit the ball hard 3 times here and 2 times in Anaheim. And
right center field. Bernie Williams on a hop. And the Angels are back ahead. Erstad scores. Kennedy over to third. And Sean Figgins makes his first hit of the series, a big one. And the Angels reclaim the lead 7-6.
And that's why I say you do not want to face a guy in this situation that doesn't have a hit and he's swinging the bat well. You know, percentages say that if he hits the ball hard again, it's going to be a base hit. And he does. There's a fastball out over the plate a little bit. They were trying to go inside, and he just kind of lines it in the right center field.
Well, here comes Joe Torre with Orlando Cabrera coming up. The right-handed hitter. Torre's got Sturts, the right-hander, Leiter, the left-hander, up in the pen. And that's a little moment for celebration, a little personal satisfaction for Figgins.
Yeah.
That's probably his worst hit ball of this game. Sturts is coming in. Runners at first and third. Cabrera, then Guerrero. Big spot.
Men love trucks. Why? Because trucks don't ask why. And Chevy trucks are the true trucks.
If you believe, won't you please raise your hands? Let's hear your voices. Let us know where you stand. Shout from the shadows, 'cause don't mean a damn. Now more than ever.
Z71s, Duramax diesels, and the new 345 horsepower Vortec Max. There will always be imitators. But the fact is, Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Not just a saying, but the world is now more than ever.
Silverado from Chevy. Long live the truck.
So the Dodgers are down to their last out. Game 1 of the World Series. And look who's coming up. Kirk Gibson with 2 bad legs. You talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
With 100% whole grain, low fat, and fiber, the Breakfast of Champions brings out the champion in you.
The impossible has happened.
More ASC certified master technicians, the top mechanics in the country, use Valvoline more than any other oil in their own cars.
Kenny, come to bed.
A little black dress is always in style, but even a little dandruff shows. My old dandruff shampoo wasn't into black, so I switched to Selsun Blue.
Doctor recommended for flakes and itch with Aloe moisturizers for healthier hair and scalp.
Never wear black without the blue. Selsun Blue.
Log on to MLB.com to follow baseball live on the web with MLB.com's real-time stats, game day audio, and MLB.tv. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
Benji Molina all the way back. Goodbye. And the Angels have a 5-0 lead. That's into the gap. Being waved home Matsui. The relay by Cabrera. And he airmails it. Touchdown. It's all tied up. And still more action as Sean Figgins untied the ball game with a clutch 2-out base hit, his first hit of this postseason series, and it came at a very big moment of the game. Now he's at first base, and of course he's the Major League's leading base stealer this year. And you've got a guy who runs pretty well over at third base, Adam Kennedy. That's the situation that presents itself with 2 down for Tanyan Sturts. Orlando Cabrera, who got the game-winning hit in Game 2 on Wednesday for the Angels, is at the plate. He's 1 for 3 in this game. Now, what about this situation, Joe, tactically for the Angels?
Well, I think that Figgins will go. But remember, Cabrera is a first ball, fastball hitter. He swings at the first pitch quite often. But I don't think they'll try the double steal simply because of the conditions out there. The wet conditions would make it difficult for the Kennedy at third to react to the throw to second base that quickly.
His first ball swinging, but there is Sheffield over toward right center. And the inning is over.
He always swings at the first pitch.
The Angels lead 7-6. It's been one of those last man standing type games up till now. Jeter and A-Rod coming up.
Sometimes you just have to slow things down. That's why for Budweiser Select, we carefully handpick the finest 2-row barley malt. Then we take the time to brew Budweiser Select longer. So you get a beer with light beer stats and a distinct bold taste that finishes clean. Enjoy the taste. Be selected. You okay? I'm working like a dog. I run down to the quick printer, scan color documents, make color prints, run back, get approvals, run up to 5 and have to fax stuff all over the place. But I think I'm getting noticed. Is it rough by you too? Not that rough. What do you mean? There's a color multifunction machine on my floor. I scan, copy, print, and fax and color from there. There's nothing to it. Don't do this to me.
Xerox Color. It makes business sense.
Come on. And we're back at the world's weakest man contest, where we just witnessed an astounding display of weakness when Jim O'Brien set a new record of 3.7 feet in the mini truck pull. He's a weak man.
This man's weakness truly takes your breath away. Okay, I'm told we're going over to the Stanley Sharpshooter Stapler, which takes barely any strength to squeeze. This is a real test of weakness for Jeff Baxter.
Oh, Jeff's not liking that.
Ooh, that's ugly.
The Stanley Sharpshooter. It's that easy to squeeze.
Turn off the Ambilight function on your Philips flat TV, and it's like going back in time. The only flat TV with Ambilight from Philips. You'll never go back to ordinary TV.
Goodyear knows you're not the only one who depends on your tires. That's why there's the new Goodyear Wrangler with Silent Armor technology. It's engineered with a layer made with Kevlar for toughness and a quieter ride. Get the truck tire you can count on. The new Goodyear Wrangler with Silent Armor technology, so you can be there on the wings of Goodyear.
Here in the Division Series studios, Carl Ravitch along with John Kruk and Hal Reynolds. You look at this and it seems like the hitters know everything about the pitcher, so they're all over them.
I'll tell you what, Carl, I go back, I look at Randy Johnson's outing. When you're throwing fastballs 95 miles an hour and they're getting turned around, to me, it's almost as if they knew what was coming. He was tipping his pitches early in the year. It looks like they had everything again tonight. Sure Sliders, did. Fastballs, you name it.
And it's contagious.
It is. Paul Perd decided to join Randy in this debacle, but, you know, it's raining, it's cold, it's wet, it's damp, it's muddy. And that's the best part about this game so far.
That's what's good. The good news is the weather appears to be improving, and perhaps the pitching will as well, for the sake of both the Angels and Yankees. We'll see you on SportsCenter and then again on Baseball Tonight 1 hour after that. Back to you, John and Joe.
All right, guys, thank you. And here come the Yankees, the top of the order, with Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, and Jason Giambi against Scott Shields.
And the Angels have it where they wanted it, so to speak, John. They got Scott Shields in there trying to get, you know, to Frankie Rodriguez, but they obviously, as you said, they had to bring him in sooner than he wanted.
Jeter hits a foul. Jeter singled home one of those runs in the 4-run fourth inning rally, and it's 1 for 3 in the game. Well, I mean, as to paraphrase Yogi, it got late early, and usually Shields and Frankie Rodriguez are the late inning guys, but Shields was summoned in the 5th inning. And he did a great job.
Yes, he did.
Now the count to Jeter, 1 ball, 1 strike. Changes in the defense. Sean Figgins has moved back to third base. He started in center field, and Steve Finley takes over in center field. It's only the 4th time in Major League history in postseason play that a guy has started at third base and center field in the same postseason series. Tony Kubek was one of those guys who did it in the '57 World Series for the Yankees. And a little bit low to Jeter, 2-1. And Joe, at some point, I'm one of these people, I need pictures. You're talking about the wet baseball and guys having to try to grab the baseball by the seams when they make the throw and whatnot.
I'll show you that when we get a foul ball.
I mean, you described it well. I can't see it.
It would be easier. We'll show you.
2-1 the count. And a foul out of play.
Well, let's take a look. See, if the ball is wet and you grab it here, your hand slides off. So when you catch the ball, you have to roll it around so that you grab it across the seam. And when you do that, you will not slip. You're grabbing because you've got a grip right here on the seams. But anywhere else, it's slippery. The rest of the ball is slippery, so it slides away. But it's something you have to do as you grab the ball. You have to turn it in your hand And we saw Figgins on a relay, you don't have time to do that. And that's why they threw the ball away. But you watch the infielders, you'll see them make sure they grip the ball properly. See how he had it? He's had his hand all around the ball, actually. You can see there. And watch how quickly he grabs it. He doesn't have time to find the seams, and it slips out of his hand. Cabrera fires it up against the screen. And he wouldn't have done that if he had time to find the seams and go across the seams, but he didn't have time.
Jeter battling Shields. And he fights another one off. I mean, Shields is some pretty nasty-looking stuff up there. 94 miles an hour with movement. Still 3-2 to Derek Jeter. Alex Rodriguez on deck. 7-6. The Angels are back ahead. They once led 5-0. They also once trailed 6-5.
Oh man, nasty.
Now let's go to the studio. Here's Carl Ravitch with the SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
All right, John, thank you very much. Red Sox, the defending World Series champions, they are out. The White Sox eliminate them, and now we'll wait the winner of the Angels-Yankees series. They're in good shape. They have home field advantage in the League Championship Series. Home field, not something Colin Montgomery is familiar with in this country, looking for his first win on United States soil. Those stories follow the game on SportsCenter Baseball tonight, 1 hour after that. We'll see you then.
Thanks, Carl. Here is Alex Rodriguez. And the slider just missing inside. Benjamin Molina held the ball there an extra second or two for the benefit of the umpire. And I think there's a response from the Angel dugout as well as Darryl Cousins shot a glance in that direction. Ball one to A-Rod. He has doubled, been called out on strikes, and he has walked. Shields has struck out 3 straight hitters, but the first man he faced, Bernie Williams. And remember, he came on in a tie game with a runner at third and nobody out in the 5th inning to face Bernie Williams, and Bernie got a fly ball to left to knock in the go-ahead run at that time. He has struck out everybody since. Tino Martinez, Jorge Posada, and now Jeter here in the 6th. Into the hole. Cabrera from left field. He won't throw. An infield hit for A-Rod.
And I think he thought wisely, but he was wise not to throw that ball, because if he tried to get rid of it quickly, he wouldn't have been able to grab the seams, and you can see he was wiping his hands off right there, and this probably would have thrown it into the seats behind first base. Now watch this. He won't have time. He'll just go in there and grab it. See, his hand is wet, sliding on the ground. Now he realized, I better not throw this. Yeah, see, he's right there saying it was wet. And he was telling you it was wet, and then he just threw it out.
All right, so Alex Rodriguez with 2 hits tonight. He's been on base 3 times. And the batter is Jason Giambi. Giambi, and they keep going into the shift against him, and he keeps hitting it to the spots where the guys have vacated. He's got 2 hits, including an RBI signal to knock in the 4th run in that 4th inning rally.
Well, one of the reasons that the 4th inning rally worked was because the third baseman at the time, Quinlan, was playing closer to the bag because Jeter was at second. He'd have to beat him there on a steal. Now you have Figgins playing directly in the middle. That same ball would not go through the infield now.
Because he hit it poorly.
Yeah, he took a big swing and hit it off the end of the bat. See, the ball went right through here. But Quinlan was playing over here because Jeter could have stolen the base. And that's the reason he was closer to third. But now with no one on second base, Figgins just covers the whole left side.
And a changeup through there for a strike. So Giambi, he did the same thing or something similar in the 3rd inning when he rolled one to what would have been the second base position, but there was nobody there.
So the odd defense has really helped him in this ball game.
On the other hand, generally speaking, the Angels would be happy to see Giambi hit ground ball singles versus peppering him up in the upper deck in right field. 7-6. The Angels back ahead. Last of the 6th. 1 out, runner at first. And Shields looks A-Rod back. A-Rod stole 21 bases in the regular season. Got thrown out only 6 times.
But I think the conditions are going to dictate how often someone tries to steal in this ball game. I don't think you're going to see many stolen base attempts. unless they just can't score any runs any other way.
Back out of play. Another off-speed pitch there from Scott Shields. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gary Sheffield on deck. Look, it's muddy.
Well, that's a good shot there to show you that all the mud in his cleats, I mean, it's very difficult to run under those conditions or try to steal a base when your cleats are muddy. And it's your feet, your shoes feel like they weigh 5 pounds apiece when you're trying to run with mud in the cleats.
Although that would be good aerobically.
Yeah. But I have to tell you, I've been there, done that, tried to run with the cleats full, and it doesn't work too well.
It's not good.
No, it doesn't work.
Not good in the baseball sense. 1-2 to count to Giambi. Gary Sheffield, the cleanup hitter, on deck. Well, the Yankees, Benji Molina called them a whole lineup full of cleanup hitters.
That's pretty good.
It was pretty apropos, and it seems like big hitters are always coming up every inning. You know, most teams, every inning or two, every couple innings, big guys are coming up. But the Yankees, big guys are always coming up. Jeter kept off the bases starting this inning. Giambi pops a foul, and that is going to go back out of play, although Figgins gave chase. Well back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the Yankee bullpen, Flash Gordon has been throwing. So he may be coming on to start the 7th inning. It's that time of the game now where Joe Torre may well be saying, we're not going to allow them any more runs if we can help it.
And I also think, John, that you're in a situation now, after all the things that have happened, that you may see Mariano Rivera if they could get a lead. You may see him sooner than I anticipated.
In other words, the whole thing may go down in flames if they don't win tonight.
Exactly. Changes the whole perspective.
Wow. A real good slider from Shields for the strikeout. He's got 4 strikeouts.
And this is a beautiful pitch. Look at that. I mean, the bottom falls out of it. You can see where Molina catches it, and it was clearly above the knees when it crossed the plate. But look, by the time it gets back to him, it's already dropped another foot. And you can see Giambi was out in front of it trying to catch up with it.
So now Sheffield. You can see why Shields is so tough.
Right.
Shields, I mean, that had almost like a drop like a curveball.
Well, it was a curveball. That was a big breaker, too. He struck out 6 hitters.
Shields appeared in 78 games this year. Fastball up and away.
I should say 4 hitters out of 6.
And the last 4 outs he's gotten, all on the strikeouts. A-Rod got the base hit after the 3rd of those strikeouts. He's at first. Now Molina's going to go out and speak to Scott Shields. But the difference, we have to point it out again, Shields normally maybe is the 7th and 8th inning guy. Tonight, 5th, 6th inning guy. Still early yet in this game.
But I think the real reason, as you talked about it earlier, is Escobar. I think he allows them to use Shields to try to get out of trouble because he was a strikeout pitcher, and they can use him. In fact, he's up in the bullpen now. See, he can take Shields' spot. They needed a strikeout situation when they brought Shields in the 5th, and he's obviously pitched well. So now Escobar assumes his role if they can keep the lead.
1-0 to Sheffield. Now 2-0. In the rain. Rain is picking up a little bit. It's not a heavy rain right now. It's never really been a heavy rain at any time. It's just been steady.
Yeah. And if you're, the Angels, you're aware that Sheffield has hit the ball hard in this ball game, and one that almost went out.
3-0.
And you can see they're being very careful with it. I mean, remember, Molina went out and talked to him. And anytime the catcher comes out there to remind you of something, I mean, you almost always go the other way. By that, you overreact. I mean, if he says, make sure that if you throw the high fastball, we get it in and up, and they've done that. Or when I throw the slider, make sure you get it down and away.
And remember, the Yankees are the one team that really hurt the Angel bullpen in this ballpark 2 straight games. That's too high. A 4-pitch walk that will move Rodriguez, the possible tying run, over into scoring position. And we'll also bring up Matsui and bring out Buddy Black, the pitching coach. It's 7-6. The Angels are leading here in the last of the 6th inning. This gives us an opportunity to remind you to join Major League Baseball in its efforts to rebuild the Gulf Coast. Support Habitat for Humanity by calling 1-800-HABITAT or by logging on to MLB.com or logging on to habitat.org. They do great work. 2 men on, 2 men out in the last of the 6th inning. 7-6. The Angels are back ahead. And the walk has been a fundamental part of the Yankees' offense in this series. They've received 11 walks from Angels pitchers. The Yankees have only allowed 1 walk. I mean, the base on balls is not something the Angels are all that concerned with giving.
No, they are first ball swingers in a lot of cases. But the Yankees are a veteran team. Veteran teams are the ones that walk the most because they're trying to get a pitch that they can drive, and if you don't throw it there, they go ahead and take the pitch, even if it's a strike. And they're not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. That's a veteran team for you.
And Shields, remember, he did a lot of pitching this year. Shields was in 78 regular season games. And this is his 2nd inning of work tonight. And Matsui takes ball 1.
And John, remember this about this ball game tonight. Matsui started both rallies for the Yankees. He hit the home run. He started the 4th inning rally with 4 runs. Then he had a big, tough walk, a tough at bat, and he walked in the 5th inning to start the 2-run rally. So he's been right in the middle of everything for the Yankees.
Now he's trying to be the RBI man with 2 on and 2 out. Matsui hit .313 with runners in scoring position this year. And the curveball snaps in there for a strike.
I mean, Shields has a very good breaking ball. In that, I mean, apparently you can't see the rotation on it, John. You look for a rotation. I mean, look how high that ball started, and it really fooled Matsui. You can't see. You can see this maybe in slow motion. See the rotation is spinning and the little hole in it. If you can't see the hole in a breaking ball, you're not going to know what it's going to do. And apparently they're not picking it up. He's got such tight spin on it.
Change up. Now it's 2-1.
The only reason we could see it was in slow motion, but for these guys, it's coming 90, 89 miles an hour, and the rotation, you cannot see the spin on it. That's what a good breaking ball does, and especially a slider or a cut fastball. You cannot see the rotation because it's so tight.
We've got 8th inning tension, and it's the 6th inning of the game. Escobar heating up in the bullpen. 2 men on, 2 men out. 2-1 the count. And the backdoor breaking ball off the corner. 3-1. Matsui displaying a very discerning eye up there at the plate.
Well, again, that's what veteran hitters do. You know, he took the first big breaking curveball because he couldn't hit it. I mean, he didn't want to handle it for a strike. And he's going to make him have to throw 3 good pitches to get him out. And so far, he's not been able to do that.
He's got the count very much in his favor. The hitters count 3 balls, 1 strike. Escobar ready in the bullpen. But I'm sure they'd rather not use him here in the 6th inning. Shields has thrown 31 pitches now. Oh, a mighty cut there on a fastball. Fouled back into the upper deck.
And he went right after him with that fastball, too.
You see Matsui trying to dry off the bat.
And, of course, Cano is on deck. But watch this. I mean, he goes right after him with a fastball. That ball's right in the middle of the plate, middle of the body, middle of everything. I mean, this is the pitch you're looking for if you're Matsui, and he just fouled it back. I mean, that's the pitch he's been looking for this entire at-bat, and he got it, but he fouled it back.
Meanwhile, in Tokyo, where your friend Steve Tyrell is watching the game, it's, I believe, afternoon tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Konnichiwa.
So we're not keeping them up late over there, right?
It's lunchtime.
Okay.
3-2. There go the runners. And he curved him in the dirt, and the bases are loaded.
Well, 2 things there. He threw Matsui a 3-1 fastball, He fouled it back. He had a great cut on it, and he did not want to risk giving him another fastball in that spot. And the reason you throw it 3-2 instead of 3-1, if he throws a good breaking ball 3-1 for a strike, he's going to take it. But if you get the 3-2, you only have to make that pitch one time.
So here is Cano, and right now he's got to be the last guy the Angels want to see up there with runners all over the bases. He's driven in 5 runs in the series. The only other time he batted with the bases loaded was in the first inning of Game 1, and he hit a 3-run double.
The only difference, he's not as patient as the other hitters.
Right to Garrett Anderson. No problem this time. 3 men left, and indeed, impatient youth. He swung at the first pitch. The big hitters, Guerrero, Molina, Anderson coming up. That ball is hit deep. And that ball is way out of here.
Is that your new Sprint phone?
Uh-huh. With Sprint's new fair and flexible plans, no one can tell me what to do. I can talk when and how I want. It's my little way of sticking it to the man.
But you are the man.
I know.
So you're sticking it to yourself.
Maybe.
Sprint's new fair and flexible plans with no huge overages or roaming charges. You control your plan. It doesn't control you. Plans start at just $29.99 a month. Sprint. Yes, you can.
We were out of shape.
So we did something about it.
We tried Hydroxycut. And I lost 44 pounds in 20 weeks.
And I lost 27 pounds in 20 weeks.
You can lose weight fast, increase energy, and control appetite with the patented clinical strength ingredients in Hydroxycut. In my opinion, nothing works faster or better.
Call now and lose up to 4.5 times the weight with Hydroxycut than diet and exercise alone. Also at GNC, Supercenters, Walgreens, and retailers everywhere.
All right, gang, let's hear it again.
Defense!
Let's do it.
Boys and Girls Clubs is the official charity of Major League Baseball. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
I write underground comics, and I got my latest idea at work. The Actuary. By day, just a mild-mannered accountant, crunching numbers, deciphering the tax codes, spreadsheets. But at night, a crime-solving mathematician with laser vision. I do it all on my computer. Write, draw, and publish online. He may not always get his man, but he always gets the girl.
Start something heroic. Start anything you like with a world of software and devices that run on Windows.
Yankee Stadium on a rainy night in the Bronx. And the Angels leading the Yankees 7-6. Both teams using their vaunted bullpens. And now the Yankees are going to their ace setup man, Tom Flash Gordon. Look at that, 80 and 2/3 innings pitched, only 59 hits allowed. Vladimir Guerrero, the great Angels slugger, leads off here with Benji Molina, the cleanup hitter, right behind him, and then Garrett Anderson. So they got 3 of their best hitters coming up here to greet Gordon in the 7th. Vladimir Guerrero tonight is 1 for 3, a single and a run scored. And that heartbreaking ball down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. You see the rain. It's just a very light rain falling right now. A ball and a strike. And a foul into the upper deck. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 7 runs, 13 hits for the Angels. 6 runs, 10 hits for the Yankees. Garrett Anderson, Benji Molina, home runs for the Angels, and Matsui a home run for the Yankees. Look out. The fastball, high and tight, 2-2.
Well, they try to pitch him off the plate inside with 2 strikes so that they can get him to swing a bad pitch, which he'll do quite often. They want this, but you see where, look at the target. I mean, look at where he wants him to throw it.
In very close again, 3-2.
You know, you can learn a lot about just watching the catcher's target And a lot of times they will overemphasize where they want the pitch. And that's what you saw there from Posada.
That ball is hit hard.
Man.
Sailing very deep. That ball is off the base of the wall. And he will hold Vlad to a single.
You can't hit a baseball any harder than that, John. That was supposed to be a curveball down and away. He got it in the middle of the plate. And you just can't, I don't care what you do, you can't hit a ball harder than that. Now watch, the target's here. Look where it ends up. In the middle end. And I mean, this ball, I mean, he doesn't save anything. Look at this. He doesn't ease up at all. I mean, just the sound of it. And Matsui makes a perfect play, gets it back to the infield. And Guerrero has to stay at first base.
So all that for a single.
Yeah, but it had a beautiful sound.
So aesthetically,
yeah,
it's just going to be a single. Yeah. That's one of the great ones you'll ever see.
You will. I guarantee you there comes a time during the course of the season, I bet you he can remember that swing if you ask him 3 months from now. Because that was perfect.
Well, it's only 318 to the foul pole in left field.
Yeah.
But that whole left field gets very big in a hurry after that.
They're just lucky he didn't get it in the air.
It was just a line drive?
Yeah, line drive. I mean, he doesn't hold back on any swing. It doesn't matter where the pitch is. When he attacks it, I mean, he really attacks the baseball. And watch this swing. See, that doesn't look like a two-strike swing.
And Molina rolls it foul. Molina. And for the record, it's technically only his second time ever as a cleanup hitter. But the first time really didn't count because it was after they clinched the division. And they were just kind of getting ready for the postseason.
They wanted him to bat early so he could come out of the game.
It counts now.
Yeah.
Big time.
But it's one of the things that happens to players is when you move them in the lineup, they say, well, I've never hit there before. I don't feel comfortable there. Well, Molina is an RBI guy. He's not afraid to hit in those situations, so it doesn't matter.
Ooh, that got him. 0-1 pitch, and that hurts, and I hope he's okay.
It got him, looked like it got him right on the elbow. That's where he's grabbing. And we've seen early in this ballgame, we saw Randy Johnson trying to go up and in, try to get him to chase a pitch up and in, and that's happened the same way.
There's his brother, Jose Molina, who is his backup.
And there's no doubt he's in a lot of pain because it appeared like it might have got him right on the elbow. Well, see, the target's inside, and it looks like it did get him right on the elbow on the left arm. And it's supposed to be a fastball in, but it tails in, and Molina can't get out of the way. Watch the stride. You can see he waits too long, and then he tries to pull his elbow in, but it gets him.
He's coming off with the aid of the Angel trainer.
Problem is, if it hurts that much now, it's going to be worse, tomorrow.
And his brother, Jose, is going to go over to first base as the pinch runner for Benji. There's Jose Molina. And the third Molina, big league brother, Yadier Molina, will be in there tomorrow night for the St. Louis Cardinals at Petco Park in San Diego. So Garrett Anderson is up with a chance to do some more damage. He already has hit a 3-run homer in this game. That started the scoring in the very first inning. 0-1.
Good breaking ball there from Gordon, because what he wants to do is try to stay away from the fastball with Garrett Anderson until you can get ahead of him, then try to get him to chase something. Because he can handle the fastball very well.
Anderson, after the homer in the first, tripled in the third. And now he has a single to right. And Vlad's going to be waved home. Sheffield's got a strong arm. And not in time, the ball hit off the foot of Guerrero and rolls away, picked up by Gordon, and over to third base goes Jose Molina. So it is 8-6 Angels. And Garrett Anderson drives in his fourth run of the night.
Well, he tried to sneak a fastball by him, and he is an excellent fastball hitter. And he finds the hole on the right side, and Sheffield's throw was, watch it, try to sneak a fastball by him, and you can't do that. And he's such a good fastball hitter. Now watch this. You'll see, we're talking about the wet ball. Watch Sheffield. See him gripping the ball. He's trying to make sure he gets the grip right so he can make the throw. And it took a little longer than he wanted to throw the ball, but he had to make sure that he grabbed the seams, and the ball bounced away. It was a little late, and Guerrero kicked it away.
So now the infield comes in. Runners at first and third, nobody out. Juan Rivera, the former Yankee, at the plate. And the cutter in the dirt, knocked down by Posada. Well, this is not the way it was supposed to work out with Gordon coming in. Usually Gordon is the late inning guy in front of Rivera when they have a lead.
Exactly.
And Al Leiter, the veteran left-hander, up again in the Yankees bullpen. Juan Rivera has struck out twice and doubled and scored a run. Back in first is Garrett Anderson. Rivera started the two-run rally in the sixth inning that put the Angels back ahead after they had blown a 5-0 lead. He doubled against Aaron Small, starting a two-run rally. 8-6 Angels. They have 15 hits in this game. To third base. And they will get the force out at second base on Garrett Anderson.
Well, you know what happened there? They called him safe. But what happened was also Alex Rodriguez didn't realize there was a runner at first base.
Well, Joe Torre's going to come out to argue now. Jeter and A-Rod and Cano all there with the second base umpire, Joe West.
And Joe just says, what happened? And I mean, they're trying to figure out what happened. Now, what you'll see is, watch, A-Rod doesn't even look at second. He grabs the ball, he holds the runner at third. Now he's going to go to first base. Now he turns and goes to second. Well, his foot, you know, came off the bag, but you know, guess what? I'm not going to agree with that, because you know that wasn't cheating to avoid or to change the play or whatever. And remember, that was slow motion.
Well, now Torre started back to the dugout. We get another look at it.
He hops out of the way of the runner. Let's take a look at it in real time. Well, as a former second baseman, I'm not going to agree with that call, but I still think the problem was that A-Rod took too long to throw the ball to second base.
It's going to be scored as an error on the second baseman, Cano. Al Leiter is coming in with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Sunday at 11, preview games from around the league on Sunday NFL Countdown.
Tell me you didn't invite him.
Great taste, great times. If you love the convenience of shopping online, but you want to get a hold of your stuff ASAP, Circuit City makes it simple. Just buy online at CircuitCity.com and choose the in-store pickup option. We're the only place that guarantees your purchase will be ready for pickup in 24 minutes or less. If it's not, we'll give you a $24 gift card. It's that simple. Circuit City.
Hey, what is that?
Club soda.
But, what's that?
ING? They're the financial services company that's all about fresh thinking. They're full of new ideas, so you're ready for whatever comes along.
ING, proud sponsor of the ING New York City Marathon and runners everywhere.
Hi, I'm Jerry Jones. If you're like me, you can't get enough football. Of course, if you were like me, you'd have an owner's box, a field pass, and a 12-person hot tub shaped like Texas Stadium. That's right. And you'd have VCast from Verizon Wireless. I like to watch clips of my favorite players. I love football.
VCast, the only way to watch broadband quality entertainment like ESPN clips and more, where and when you want. And right now, a cool LG 8100 is just $99.99, only from Verizon Wireless.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Number 19, Al Leiter, the veteran lefty, longtime starting pitcher, being used in relief now by the Yankees late in the pennant race and now in the postseason. And Leiter, who will turn 40 a little over 2 weeks from now, comes on in a tight spot. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the left-handed hitting Darren Erstad at the plate. 8-6, the Angels are ahead, and they're threatening to break this game open again.
John, I want to clarify something. I wasn't saying that A-Rod should have gone for the double play. What you do is you try to go to second, get a force out, so that you keep the double play in order. And what happened was I looked at it again, and it appeared that Cano was late getting there, so A-Rod wasn't sure he was going to go to second base. That's why he was starting his body motion to first base. But you try to keep the double play in order. If he could have gotten the guy out at second, now they have a double play situation right here.
And the slider makes it 1-1.
Now watch, here's Cano here. Now he's a little far from the back. When A-Rod gets the ball, he starts to go to first, and he realizes that Cano is going to get there. See, his momentum is going toward first. Now he throws it back across. And Cano has to avoid the runner, and that's why he came off the bag a little quicker. And, you know, like I said, I'm still not going to agree with it, but, you know, he was off the bag.
1-1 to Erstad. And he chases the slider in the dirt outside. 1-2 the count. Erstad has had a single and a double. 2 for 3 with a run batted in. He tied the game with an RBI single to right field in the 6th inning. So he's a huge man to get out right here. If they can get him out without anybody else scoring, they can have the middle infielders move back for a double play ball with the left-handed hitting Finley coming up next. Infield in all the way around for the Yankees. 3 men on, nobody out. Off the outside. Gordon never got a man out, although he got the ground ball there from Juan Rivera that should have been an out. It'll be scored as an error on Cano. There is Scott Proctor up in the Yankee bullpen.
And the reason that play was messed up a little bit like that is I think Cano was a little too far from the bag. You always have to be there to get to second base.
And he struck him out. So the perfect scenario there for Leiter to get the strikeout, and now that can set up a double play ball.
Yeah, but if you get the other out, now there's 2 outs, you have to worry about the double play. So, you know, whatever we want to say wasn't executed properly by the Yankees, no doubt about that. But, I mean, I still think it was an out at second base.
Well, in the neighborhood play.
Right. And it wasn't like he cheated to beat the runner. You know, it wasn't, you don't cheat. I mean, because if you watch the guys at first base, they kind of walk off there a little bit as well.
Or cheated just to hurry to make the double play.
He just cheated to keep from getting hurt.
Here's Finley, only 1 out. And Leiter staying with that slider, and he misses ball 1. Leiter said until this year, when the Yankees finally put him in the bullpen late in the season, he had not pitched in relief since 1993 when he was with the Toronto Blue Jays. 1 ball, no strikes. The squeeze is on, and Finley gets it done. Coming in to score is Jose Molina. The other runners move up. Finley is retired, but he gets the RBI, and it is 9-6 Angels.
And a great call by Scioscia. I mean, that was a great call. He needed the run. We saw Ozzie again do that today. And with Finley up, and you can do it all the time with a left-handed pitcher on the mound, because the left-handed pitcher can never see the guy break from third base. The left-handed pitcher's back is to him, so when he breaks, he doesn't see it. And it's an easy squeeze play there for Finley to get the ball on the ground, which he does.
So now it is 9-6, and here's another left-handed hitter, Adam Kennedy, and the cutter outside for ball 1. Now, you know, Earl Weaver, Hall of Fame manager, he used to have an expression that he'd use in situations like that. He said, "Play for 1 run, get 1 run."
Yeah.
And he wasn't into getting 1 run with the bases loaded.
Well, that's true.
1 ball and no strikes. But I'm just wondering, is that a result of Scioscia looking what happened to Erstad and not liking the odds with Finley up there?
I agree. I mean, that's exactly what it was. He said 1 run is better than none. You go for the big inning and you may not get any. And I have to give him a lot of credit, because the one thing I think we do not do enough of is give Mike Scioscia credit for being as good a manager as he is.
So it is 9-6 Angels in the 7th. And Leiter misses outside.
And the reason I say that, he manages the team that he has. He doesn't have a philosophy that makes the players try to fit his schemes. He takes what he has and plays with those players and tries to use their strength. And he does a great job of it.
Left field, Matsui going back a little bit, now to his right, and that ends the inning. So they scratched out 1 more run with Leiter coming on. Leiter otherwise did a great job, but it is 9-6 Angels going to the last of the 7th.
When design impacts performance, performance returns the favor. The 6-speed, 298 horsepower G35. Behold, the shape of performance. Infinity. A line has been drawn.
No one ever said, that's the greatest thing since sliced lettuce. Ladies and gentlemen, bread is back, and ciabatta's in charge. Warm and toasty, soft and golden, it's the artisan bread that holds together my bacon and cheese ciabatta burger and the bruschetta chicken ciabatta, just 2 in my line of ciabatta sandwiches. So let's rise like yeast against the bread bashers. Let's lift our loaves and make a toast to toast. Because bread is back.
Millions of fans fell in love with the contender. Now, LA's own Sergio Mora defends his belt against the pride of Providence, Peter Manfredo Jr. The contender rematch live Saturday, October 15th at 11 on ESPN.
There is one conventional oil that totally defies convention. Mobile Clean 5000. The first oil enhanced with a high-endurance formula, the only one guaranteed to protect for 5,000 miles. Mobile Clean 5000, the oil that's changing oil.
The Red Sox dream to repeat is over, and the Chicago White Sox have come into Fenway Park and completed a sweep.
Angels-Yankees Game 3, Sports Center after the ball game.
Here in our Division Series studios, we check out the White Sox and Red Sox. Edgar Renteria won last year's World Series. He ended it. Well, he ended the Red Sox chances this year. Remember, he bounced out to Folk when he was with the Cardinals, and he bounces out to Jenks here. White Sox 5, Red Sox 3. Chicago eliminates Boston and moves on to the League Championship Series. And HR, this was total domination here.
Oh, absolutely it was. I mean, the way they played the brand of baseball, aggressive,
great pitching, didn't make mistakes, they caught the baseball. That's the type of baseball you like to see in the postseason, and they successfully won.
They now have a chance to set up their starting rotation. They'll have home field advantage based on the number of wins they had. Ozzie Guillen plays very risky, plays very aggressive baseball.
He plays a lot like when he was a player.
Yeah.
You know, and one of the things Ozzie did as a ball player was he took chances, he had fun, he enjoyed the baseball game as it is. And he has definitely put that on his players. You can see the enthusiasm they play with, but also the fun that they have. They're smiling all the time, they're joking around. They enjoy the game of baseball.
We'd be remiss if we didn't comment on what we're watching going on between the Yankees and the Angels right now either. The way that Ozzie Guillen's team played is the antithesis of what we're seeing both these teams do.
Well, we're looking at a couple clubs that don't have the pitching right now. When you get in trouble early in the game, both starting pitchers out by the third and fourth inning, this is what you're going to get, because the middle innings, if you can't stretch to get to those closers in the eighth and ninth inning, this is the type of baseball you get in the American League.
It's a tough one so far to see, but it's only 9-6, and it's only the seventh inning. It won't end this way, will it?
No, I think we still got some more scoring coming.
Go back to John and Joe.
All right, guys, thanks. And I disagree. I think it's a wild game. It's very exciting, very, very entertaining. I mean, how often do you see a team blow a 5-run lead and fall behind in the game and then come back and go back ahead? The Angels are trying to make it much less exciting right now as Kelvin Escobar has come in to pitch here in the seventh. While he warms up, let's take it downstairs to Gary Miller. Gary?
John and Joe, a lot of teams that blew a lead like that, 5-0, would have wilted, but these Angels are not intimidated by the Yankees. It was in 2002 where they split here, went on to beat them in Anaheim, and went on to win the World Series. In fact, in Joe Torre's celebrated tenure here, in which they've won the 4 World Championships, nobody has a better record against the Yankees than the Angels, and especially in these Mike Scioscia years. So that's part of what we're seeing tonight. They come back and they're resilient, and they know they can play with these guys.
Well, one thing to remember, let's take a look at this bunt. A good job by Finley to get the ball down, but the point I was making is that a left-handed pitcher, see, he can't see this runner break. If he was right-handed, he'd be looking right at him, and he would see him break, and then he could throw the ball outside. He doesn't see him break, and therefore, you know, the squeeze play works. You can always squeeze with a left-handed pitcher out there because of that.
Mike Scioscia, a longtime National League player, and although he's in the American League with the designated hitter and all, he plays a National League style of ball.
Exactly. Well, he came up in the Dodger organization.
1 ball, no strikes to Bernie Williams. And that's a foul ball. Bernie has had 2 singles and has hit a sacrifice fly. He actually put the Yankees ahead with a fly ball in the 5th inning. Scott Shields went the last 2 innings, struck out 4, gave up 1 hit, 2 walks. Now Escobar, and they want Escobar and Francisco Rodriguez to hold this lead for the final 3 innings of the game. And Bernie is retired, 1 away.
And John, you're talking about Mike Scioscia. He came up through the Dodger organization, and there was never an organization that's more fundamentally sound than the Dodgers. In fact, the Orioles were similar in the American League. Those were the 2 teams who always preach fundamentals, play the game the way it's supposed to be played, have a good defense, build your team around pitching, and then work from there. Use some speed, and that's the way the Angels play.
Jose Molina now catching. As soon as we get a report on Benji Molina, we'll pass it along to you. Here's Tino Martinez. Wow, look at that pitch. 1 ball and no strikes. Tino did a good job just saying, well, I don't even know what that pitch is. I'm not swinging at it. I'll tell you that. 1 ball and no strikes. Tino is 0 for 3. He's grounded out the first twice and struck out once. That's a foul. And it is a ball and a strike. Escobar, I mean, the Angels had an excellent bullpen before. Yeah. And then Escobar came back from his rehab assignment, and instead of putting him back in the starting rotation, they added him to the bullpen because Irvin Santana, a rookie, had done so well in the rotation in Escobar's absence. And now they feel like they've made a very strong bullpen that much stronger. And we're getting a look at it tonight. I mean, he went with Shields all the way back in the 5th inning with nobody out.
And again, the only reason because he knew he had Escobar. that he could go to.
Without Escobar in that bullpen, that would not have been able. He would not have been able to do it. That's right. You saw Rodriguez out there in the bullpen. Steve Finley moving across the green, slipped a little bit as he tried to put the brakes on and then made the catch. That is out number 2. It's a little bit treacherous out there. And I hope our camera guy has got a very solid, deep tread on his shoes as he goes down those steps. It's wet. Two down here is Jorge Posada. And the problem for the Yankees now, Joe, is, I mean, they're a great come-from-behind team. And remember, twice back in July, 2 days in a row, in the 8th inning, they were down by 4 runs, and they came back against the Angels and won both times. But they did not want to be in a spot where they had to do it again here in the postseason.
No, I mean, that's true. That's kind of like the Red Sox. They came from 3-0 down against the Yankees last year, but you didn't want to try to do that again. But they put themselves in that position where they had to come back 3 in a row against the White Sox, and they couldn't do it.
2-0 to Posada, and he fouls one off to the left.
I mean, he doesn't want to see Escobar. Posada, I'm looking at his numbers, is 3 for 29. I think he'd have rather face Randy Johnson than to face Escobar.
3 hits, 29 at bats.
Yeah, that's and that's a good sampling. You know, if you get over 20 at bats, it tells you something about the confrontation.
He owns him.
Yeah,
does Escobar. Into the upper deck, 2-2 the count.
Now see, and as a hitter, you know that if you're Posada. You may not know if you're 2 for 10 or 1 for 10 or something, but if you're 3 for 29, you realize that you haven't had any success against this guy.
Derek Jeter on deck, A-Rod in the hole. 2-2, 2 down, nobody on. Right up the first base line, foul. Escobar had been a starting pitcher, but you go back 3 years, and he was a closer for the Toronto Blue Jays. He had 38 saves in the 2002 season. And then a month or more into the next season, 2003, they moved him into the rotation. And he's been a starter ever since until now. So, but he's not unfamiliar with coming in out of the bullpen. Mike Scioscia says that next year they plan on having him back in the rotation, though. And that's inside. 3-2. In the rain. You know, this game, in some ways, for a while, was reminding me of that World Series game. The Blue Jays and the Phillies in 1993, 15-14 game. And the Blue Jays, they got 6 runs in, what was it, the 8th inning? And the reason I bring that up is because Al Leiter pitched in that game. And when he was still in the bullpen with the Blue Jays. 3-2 the count. Struck him out. 3 up and 3 down. On to the 8th inning. The top of the order coming up for the Angels. Figgins, Cabrera, and Guerrero. 9-6. The Angels lead.
I promise.
I promise.
I promise. The all-new Chevy Impala gets an estimated 31 highway miles per gallon.
Malibu LS with 32.
Cobalt LS, 34.
And a Aveo with 35.
I promise that Chevy Tahoe has best-in-class fuel economy.
We even took a Silverado and created the first full-size hybrid pickup truck.
I promise fuel economy is just as important to Chevy as it is to you.
That's a Chevy Total Value Promise.
performance than any engine of its kind, the GE NX Jet engine is powering a fresh new way of looking at technology that even nature could approve of. Another product of pure eco-imagination from GE Transportation. GE, imagination at work.
On this job, you notice things, like this new Steak Fanatic pizza. It's a big hit with the guys.
Steak Fanatic pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Man fuel. Cool.
Hey, hurry up! Only 23 figurines left, Hank! They're statues!
They're statues.
Introducing Domino's new Steak Fanatic Pizza. Angus steak piled on even more steak smothered in cheese. Buy a medium for just $9.99 and heap on even more Angus steak for just $2. Hit the door. It's Domino's new Steak Fanatic Pizza.
Nicorette Fresh Mint is different. It's the first and only stop-smoking gum coated with a cool burst of mint flavor. In fact, consumers prefer the taste 2-to-1 over any stop-smoking gum. It tastes great and fights cravings fast. Nicorette Fresh Mint. Start chewing, start quitting.
Al Leiter ready to go now to the leadoff man, Sean Figgins. 9-6. The Angels lead the Yankees. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim leading the New York Yankees of the Bronx. 9-6. Sean Figgins had a big hit to put the Angels ahead in the 6th inning. A clutch 2-out hit. And he swings and doesn't get it. 1 ball, 1 strike. I asked Leiter when he pitched in that 15-14 game. He came on early in the game for Todd Stottlemyre. He said he walked the first guy, and the next guy hit a homer. He walked the next guy, and the guy after him hit a homer.
That's a good start.
I said, well, no wonder it was 15-14.
I remember watching that game. I watched from start to finish that night. It's a good game.
Man, that's the highest scoring World Series game in history. 2-1 the count. And a foul off the right field side into the upper deck.
So I want to bring up one other point. We were talking about, Mike Scioscia, and, I think he's the perfect guy for this team. And by contrast, I think Joe Torre is the perfect guy for the Yankees. And the reason I say that is everybody says, well, they have all these great players and it just works.
That's foul.
Well, there's a difference. The more great players you have on a team, the tougher it is for the manager, because you have to manage so many strong personalities. And the Yankees, of course, have a lot of strong personalities. And I'm speaking from experience because I've been there with, the Big Red Machine. We had so many guys who were different. And I don't think anybody could have managed that team but Sparky Anderson. And I don't think anybody could have managed the Yankees over this period and done a great job except for Torre.
Figgins deep in the left field. Matsui way back there, off the wall. Figgins is running to second. He's going to try and take third. Here's the throw. It hits him. A triple for Figgins.
That was an aggressive play because I thought Matsui had a real shot at him, and he would have, except the throw was well to the second base side of the bag. And again, it could be the wetness out there that he couldn't make an accurate throw. Now watch, this ball is hit over his head, and Matsui plays it perfectly. I mean, Figgins has been hitting the ball hard all night, and now he has 2 hits. Now watch this. He picks the ball, he chases the ball, and when he picks it up, Figgins is only at second base. Figgins, right about now, Matsui is picking the ball up, and the throw is offline, and that's why he's safe. But very aggressive base running there by Figgins.
And it brings the infield in. And here is Cabrera. 1 for 4 in the game. He had a double, starting a 2-run rally in the 3rd against Randy Johnson. Well, Figgins says that he thinks the triple is a better hit than a homer.
Well, I'm going to disagree with that, but I mean, it's good, but the home run is an instant run.
Popped up. Bernie Williams has a long way to go. Gets there. And Figgins is down the line halfway, not tagging on that shallow pop-up. So Cabrera does not get him home. 1 away. And Vladimir Guerrero coming up. Now let's go down to Gary Miller. Gary?
John, Benji Molina has been such a huge part of this series. The Angels are crossing their fingers. They are taking precautionary x-rays. He got hit pretty much on the bone on the elbow, and they're waiting to see whether it's a fracture or not.
All right, thanks, Gary. The first report was a contusion of the left elbow. And as Gary reported, x-rays being taken.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, obviously, how long he'll be out, but I don't think he'll be able to play tomorrow. Because when you get a hit right on the bone there, I mean, it's just so sore you're not able to stretch your arm out.
That was back in the 7th inning. So a runner at third, one out. Vladimir Guerrero coming up, and as Mel Stottlemyre goes out to the mound, Proctor up in the bullpen. Let's check in at the studio with Carl Ravitch for a SportsCenter 30 and 30 update.
All right, John, SportsCenter's on deck. OCS as they beat the Red Sox. A couple of pitchers. They'll be able to line up that rotation and have home field advantage. The Knicks have cleared Eddie Curry. A team of doctors say that irregular heartbeat will allow him to play, so he is officially a New York Knick. That's the story on the NBA courts. We'll have SportsCenter following the game and baseball tonight, 1 hour after that.
All right, Carl, and meanwhile back here at the stadium, now Stottlemyre goes back to the dugout, but the grounds crew has been summoned, and they're going to spread the water-absorbent sand-like material now in the home plate area. And it's getting muddier and muddier, sloppier and sloppier down there. A lot more baseball here tomorrow, and on the Fox network, the Yankees and Angels, and for one of these teams right now, looking more and more like it could well be the Yankees facing elimination. On Fox at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Then at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, the Braves and the Astros from Houston. Game 3 of that series. That's on Fox. And then Joe and I will be at Petco Park in San Diego, 8 o'clock Pacific time, 10 Central and 11 Eastern for the Cardinals and the Padres. The Padres hoping that getting home will help them stay alive in that series. We'll have that for you on ESPN and ESPN HD tomorrow night, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. And tomorrow here at Yankee Stadium, Jared Washburn. There's Jared, left-hander and a veteran of the 2002 World Series. He'll be going against Sean Chacon. First postseason experience for Chacon. And if they lose this game, they'll be relying on Chacon to keep them alive here tomorrow. And in a way, he kept them alive after they acquired him from Colorado because he did a great job.
Unbelievable job.
In that rotation. Randy Johnson, the starter for the Yankees tonight. And the big unit did not have it. And it started with 2 down and nobody on. Guerrero single to right. Benji Molina single to center. And then Garrett Anderson launched one into the bleachers. A 3-run homer. And then Benji Molina hit a 2-run shot in the 3rd inning. That made it 5-0. And finally, with runners at first and third in the 4th inning and nobody out, the big unit was removed from this game. Now back to action here, and they're walking Vladimir Guerrero intentionally with a runner at third. And Jose Molina coming up next, not Benji. Remember, Benji got hit by a pitch on the elbow in the 7th inning, and he's out. He's the cleanup hitter tonight. He was. Jose Molina is not a guy who has shown that he can hit in the big leagues effectively, hitting .228 this year as the backup to his brother.
And it'll be Joe's going to make the trade because I didn't think that he could let Leiter pitch to him because that sets up that easy squeeze play again if he leaves the left-hander in there. So he's going to bring in Proctor.
So Proctor, the right-hander, well, I don't know. Is he coming in or what?
I think he has to. You can't let the left-hander pitch to him.
Yeah. Proctor went back and started throwing more pitches out there. Jose Molina coming up with runners at first and third.
In the war on terror, the battlefield is global. From the city streets
Get here now!
to the jungle, the threat is real.
Get out of here!
In a world gripped by fear, you and your elite special ops squad are the last line of defense between annihilation and freedom. The fight is on. Conflict Global Terror, rated M for mature.
The Dave Burger.
Liz Burger.
That's the Rick Burger.
At Wendy's, you get a hamburger you can truly call your own. You choose how much beef you want, the fresh toppings you want.
Cheese, lettuce, tomato, bacon, cheese, the works.
So your hamburger,
my hamburger,
tastes exactly the way you want. You live by your own rules. You should eat by your own rules. Do Wendy's. Do what tastes right.
Why am I in the Army Reserve?
not just for the experience or the training I can use as a soldier and as a civilian. It's for them, for my country, and it's all worth fighting for.
Visit GoArmyReserve.com.
ESPN's Major League Baseball Division Series is presented by Budweiser. Bright, crisp, clean, pure, the king of beers. And in part by Circuit City. For the hottest new technology, think Circuit City. Just what I needed.
A wet night in New York, and there's been rain falling for really the entire ball game. It's never been very heavy. At this point, the Yankees may wish that the heavy rains had come and just watched the whole thing out. 9-6, the Angels are leading. Scott Proctor on the pitch with Jose Molina coming up in the cleanup spot, so they walk Guerrero intentionally. Runners at first and third, and you see Proctor's numbers for the year. The Angels have 16 hits in the game. Every starting player had at least one hit. And off the bench, Steve Finley executed a suicide squeeze bunt, knocked in a run. Jose Molina came in as a pinch runner for his brother Benji when Benji got hit in the elbow with a pitch in the seventh, and he scored a run on that suicide squeeze. The middle infielders double play depth, and Guerrero back to first. You know, the Yankees had a game maybe all too familiar to this one, or all too similar to this one, the last week of the season when they were in Baltimore. They were down 5-2, and then they scored 5 runs to go ahead, and that lead didn't even last the next half inning. And they eventually lost that night to the Orioles 17-9. Much of the year, if the Yankees starting pitcher got knocked out early, it was going to be a long, very bad night for the Yankees.
Well, everyone talks about bullpens, John, but the key to a successful team, especially in the postseason, is starting pitching and the ending. If your starters can pitch 6-7 good innings for you, that's where it's at. And then you have a good closer. But you do need good starting pitching in the postseason. You can't win with just the bullpen.
One ball, no strikes to Jose Molina. Right up the middle, base hit. Coming in to score is Figgins. Guerrero will go to third. And Proctor with another fat pitch. And the Angels have seen a lot of them tonight.
Well, we go back to the point. I mean, once you get into bullpens, you're going to have, you're going to be able to score some runs normally. That starting pitching needs to get you, as the Yankees did in the first game. Messina got them to the 6th inning, and they were able to hold on. It just takes this fastball in and pushes it back through the middle for a base hit. That's just good hitting. And Vladimir just goes around the third easily.
Posada gave a target on the outside corner.
Well, we've seen that all night, John, missing spots, and it's...
I mean, he missed his spot there by 1.5 feet. And Garrett Anderson, a base hit to right. Garrett lacking a double to hit for the cycle, but he'll settle for a single and an RBI, his 5th RBI as Guerrero scores. Now it is 11-6. He just kind of punched that one into shallow right field. And the Angels have 18 hits in the game. Anderson's had 4 of them, 2 singles, a triple, and a 3-run homer. And here's Juan Rivera. So the 2 runs in this inning are charged to the record of Al Leiter. We're talking about Randy Johnson, and things went very poorly for Johnson early. Then Flash Gordon came on in the 7th inning, one of their top relievers at the end of a game. And Gordon came in to keep it a 1-run deficit, but he never got anybody out. Now, there was an error behind him, but things have gotten out of hand, and it kind of goes back to Flash Gordon not being able to get anybody out. Cano makes the catch and turns it into a double play, doubling up Jose Molina. But it is 11-6 Angels. Jeter, A-Rod, and Giambi coming up.
I can't wait forever to know if you'll be true. to buy an 06 Toyota has arrived. Oh, wait that long. Now that's moving you forward.
Dad, I got an A in advanced physics.
This is very disappointing.
Dad.
You're burning through our wireless minutes again. We need to talk.
Dad, it's just...
This wireless bill is out of control.
Not enough minutes on your family's wireless plan?
10 calls in one day?
Come to T-Mobile, where families get more whenever minutes to share. Nice dress.
Families talk free and get the most whenever minutes.
T-Mobile, get more minutes.
In the war on terror, the battlefield is global. From the city streets
Get here now!
to the jungle, the threat is real.
Get out of here!
In a world gripped by fear, you and your elite special ops squad are the last line of defense between annihilation and freedom. The fight is on. Conflict Global Terror, rated M for mature.
Well, not everybody has decided to leave Yankee Stadium, as the Yankees are now down by 5 runs against this vaunted Angels bullpen. And with Escobar back for a second inning and Frankie Rodriguez waiting in the wings, even with their great lineup, the Yankees have to do something extraordinary to come from behind in this one. Here's the Yankees on the bench presented by ING, and they've got everybody but Posada, who came into the game back in the 4th inning. Got the 2 lefties, Womack and Bubba Crosby, and the 2 switch hitters, Mark Bellhorn and Ruben Sierra. So they've got some guys that can do something off the bench if they should need anybody.
Now, a lot more difficult trying to make up 5 runs this late on Escobar with Frankie Rodriguez in the bullpen.
Yeah. Although, again, they did it at the end of July. 4 runs down, 2 days in a row. Which you never would have thought would have happened even one time to the Angels. Derek Jeter, 1 for 4. And the one time that Jeter reached, he had an RBI single back in the 4th inning when they scored 4 runs to get right back in the game. They were behind 5-0 going to the last half of the 4th inning. There's a slider, and it's 0-1. Escobar retired the side in order in the 7th inning. 11 runs, 18 hits for the Angels. 6 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors for the Yankees. And 2 unearned runs as part of the Angels' total for the night. I'm John Miller, along with Joe Morgan. And downstairs, Gary Miller here with us as well. Tomorrow night we'll be in San Diego. Did you bring some clothes for San Diego?
Yes, I did.
That was a smart move. 0-2 the count. Right field deep. Vlad goes back, looks up, gone, a home run. It is 11-7 now. And remember, no team has a better shot at making a comeback, however unlikely, than do the Yankees.
Well, it was a fastball up and in. He just kind of fights it off that way. They've been pitching him in all the time. Supposed to be away. You can see it doesn't get away. And Jeter just fights it off and hits it over the wall in right field.
Alex Rodriguez, fastball inside, ball 1.
And Derek Jeter's done this a lot. He's taken advantage of that short porch in right field on several occasions in the playoffs.
11-7 Angels, 8th inning. A roller, he might have broken his back. And Cabrera throws him out. There's one away. A-Rod now 2 for 4 with a walk in this game. Right after the game, stay tuned for Sports Center with Neil Everett and Scott Van Pelt. We'll be visiting in on the Angels and Yankees news conference after the ball game. Also, we'll give you the complete report on the White Sox beating the Red Sox at Fenway Park to sweep that series, and also Chris Berman's 2-minute drill. It's tonight on SportsCenter right after the game. Spike Lee is still here.
Well, he believes.
Giambi, and that's just inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Giambi's had 2 singles, 2 for 4.
Well, John, that was Derek Jeter's 15th postseason home run.
Wow.
But I mean, like you said, he's been in the playoffs every year that he's been in the major leagues.
That's a fair ball, and Erstad takes it. Number 2, and Giambi, he wasn't so sure, but the first base umpire, Alfonso Marquez, immediately made the signal. Fair ball. 2 down. July the 30th. The Yankees were down 7-3 in the 8th inning and won. And then the next day they did it again against these Angels. Of course, the Angels didn't have Escobar in the bullpen at that point. And really, when you look back at the Yankees season, those 2 wins, that might have been one of the big turning points for the Yankees season right there.
Well, unfortunately, John, the way the Yankees played this year, they had a lot of turning points. I mean, remember, they were well under 500, then they won 13 out of 16 or something, and then they lost a lot, then they came back a lot. I mean, it was just an up and down type of season. But they finished on a great note, winning 16 of their last 20. So that was a great 16 of 20 before they played the Red Sox, I should say, in that series. So, I mean, they did a great job down the stretch. So it was a lot of ups and downs.
Well, early in the year, every time they'd have a great hot streak, then it seemed like they'd plunge into a losing streak.
And remember Tino Martinez. We were forgetting how long that was a long time ago. But Tino kept them afloat there for a long time.
Like 12 home runs in 3 weeks or something. Frankie Rodriguez getting ready in the bullpen. 2-1 the count to Gary Sheffield, who is hitless in the game, and he's been victimized on a couple of outstanding defensive plays. He also has a walk. And it is 2-2. You just see how tough Escobar is here.
Yes, you're right.
That's that exploding fastball, good tight slider, changeup, splitter.
And good location.
2-2. Oh, the splitter struck him out. Jeter's solo homer, the only run of the inning. On to the 9th inning now. It is 11-7, the Los Angeles Angels.
Pro football. A game for the ear and the eye. A 3-hour carnival of color, sound, and action.
NFL Sunday Ticket provides the most NFL games anywhere, up to 200 in total, and it's only available from DirecTV.
For the player, victory makes the game glorious. For the fan, glory is the game.
Sign up now and get 4 free months of DirecTV's best programming package. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
So, here's the one you saw on Cars.com. It's silver with alloy wheels and a bed liner.
Give me 5, man. Up high. Can you do crosstown?
I'm sorry?
Crosstown it.
What's that?
Crosstown it. That's what I'm talking about.
Crosstown.
Can you wiggle it?
Wiggle what?
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. That's all right, we'll work on it.
Finding the car you want feels pretty good. Cars.com can help. Research, locate, even contact a dealer.
Can you bird it? Can you do the bird? Can you do the bird?
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
You the help desk?
What seems to be the problem, officer?
Traffic.
Traffic?
Traffic.
What do you need?
What do you got?
I got wireless sensors and congestion flow modeling.
What'll it do?
Cut down traffic.
Will it work?
Works.
Nice work.
Just doing my job. Have a nice day.
On to the 9th inning. The Angels 11 runs, 18 hits. The Yankees 7 runs, 11 hits. And let's take a look at our Chevy player of the game. And I mean, the Angels certainly have plenty of guys who've had big nights on offense, but nobody's been bigger than Garrett Anderson. His 3-run homer in the very first inning, a 2-out home run against Randy Johnson, kind of set the tone. He had a triple in the 3rd inning. This was the home run against the big unit, and that just stunned this big crowd. Then he hit a triple down the right field line, and the slippery going out there helped him do that. He got an RBI single in the 7th and an RBI single in the 8th. That was the one that made it an 11-run night for the Angels. So Garrett Anderson is our Chevy player of the game. 2 singles, a triple, and a homer.
Pretty easy choice, right?
We'd have to do a whole lot of thinking on that one. Darren Erstad having a pretty good game. He's got a single and a double and a run batted in. 2 for 4. That's over the outside for a strike with a fastball from Scott Proctor.
The 2002 Angels were a team that would always come from behind. You could get way ahead of them. They'd come back and they bounced back. They had a lot of heart, a lot of character. This team is not as good offensively as that team was, but they still have the same amount of toughness, and they showed that tonight. Because anytime you have a 5-run lead and the Yankees come back and take the lead in Yankee Stadium, it usually kind of finishes you. But they fought back, and they've had 3 straight innings after the Yankees took the lead. They've scored 2 runs, 3 straight innings after that.
Yeah, it looked like the Yankees had totally taken it away from them. Yeah. And Erstad's got his 3rd hit. Hit number 19 for the Angels. Garrett Anderson with 5 RBIs tonight. See, I'm not even giving it to him for the 4 hits. I'm giving it to him for the 5 RBIs.
Well, the ribbies are more important.
Tuesday,
that's what wins games.
We did a game Tuesday where Reggie Sanders drove in 6 runs.
I still think that's one of the great calls I've ever seen, when Tony La Russa let him swing 3-0 with the bases loaded, and the game wasn't over yet. It wasn't decided.
Well, our friends at the Elias Bureau did some checking on that, maybe inspired by you. 11 times, it was the 11th time all this season that somebody swung 3-0 with the bases loaded.
But how many times in the playoffs? It's not, you can do it in the regular season. That's not a big deal to me. But in the playoffs, everything on the line, that's a little different.
The last time that anybody at any time hit a grand slam on a 3-0 pitch was 3 years ago. So it doesn't happen every day.
No, I'd like to see how many times they've done it in the postseason, that a manager let a hitter do that.
Steve Finley hits a mammoth foul into the upper deck. A ball and a strike. By the way, we do have some good news to report on Benji Molina. The report from the clubhouse. They have taken x-rays on his left elbow, and the x-rays were negative. He will be reevaluated tomorrow. But as you say, that doesn't mean he's going to be in the lineup tomorrow.
He's going to be very sore.
1-1 to Finley. And that one right through the legs of Posada to the backstop. And Erstad moves over. And somehow, that one pitch kind of sums up the Yankees' night to me.
Well, it actually sums up their season, John, in that good, bad, good, bad. They've had some good moments in this ball game when they came from behind, and they've had some poor moments. So it's just kind of like their season.
But really a lack of depth in their pitching staff. They had the starters, the guys at the end of the games.
Right.
But when the starters faltered early, it was all too often going to be a big night for the opposition. 2-1 the count to Steve Finley. He's 0 for 1 with a suicide squeeze bunt and an RBI. Popped up foul and back out of play. By the way, the 19 hits for the Angels. The American League Division Series record for hits in a game. The Red Sox 6 years ago had 24 hits in a game against Cleveland. I think that's the game where they get 22 runs in that one against Cleveland. Orlando Cabrera, he's only had 1 hit tonight. His 1 hit, though, Wednesday in a much tighter game was the big one. In the 7th inning in a 2-2 game and 2 outs and 2 on, he hit a 2-run single. And that broke the tie and propelled the Angels to a victory, which they had to have. 2-2 to count to Steve Finley. SportsCenter follows the game. Neil Everett, Scott Van Pelt are standing by. And as part of SportsCenter, they'll take you to the press conferences where the managers and some of the key players in the ball game will visit with the assembled media. Tagging and bluffing was Erstad. So Finley retired as Bernie Williams makes the grab. Yankees, of course, gave up 10 runs or more in a lot of games this year, Joe. And remember, 2 times the Red Sox scored 17 runs against the Yankees. The Yankees one night were getting clobbered by Tampa Bay. Remember that game? They were behind something like 9-2 early. And they went into the 8th inning behind 11-7. And then they scored 13 runs in the 8th inning and won that game. I don't know, 20-11 or whatever the score was. That's a ball up and away to Adam Kennedy. The Yankees allowed 10 runs or more 13 times. So every other week, somebody was putting up a 10 or more against them. 1 ball and no strikes to count to Adam Kennedy. There is Cano, and Kennedy is gone. Kennedy now 2 for 5 in the game. Over to third base goes Erstad. 2 down, and Sean Figgins coming up, and Francisco Rodriguez, K-Rod, getting ready in the pen. And the Yankees will have Matsui, Cano, and Bernie Williams due up. And none of them have ever had a whole lot of... Well, I don't know if there's anybody at all anywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder who does handle him very well.
11-7 Angels in the 9th. The Yankees could well be playing for survival in the postseason tomorrow, with Sean Chacon up against Jared Washburn. One thing in the Yankees' favor tomorrow is the Angels had to go so deep into their bullpen tonight. None of these guys are going to be real fresh tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have the same situation tomorrow. It's going to depend on the starters.
And a changeup, 1 ball, 1 strike. Scott Shields pitched 2 difficult innings, maybe the 2 key innings from the Angels' point of view, when things could have gotten out of hand. But he threw 36 pitches in those 2 innings. And then Kelvin Escobar pitched 2 innings, 26 pitches. Gave up 1 run. And that's in the dirt. 2-1 the count to Figgins. And Figgins awoke from his postseason slumber after clobbering the ball 3 times tonight, all for outs, with a 2-out RBI single in the 6th. That put the Angels back ahead 7-6. And then he hit a triple. He almost hit a home run in the 8th inning. The Angels leadoff man Sean Figgins, 2 for 5 in the game. 19 hits overall for the Angels. That is a franchise record for the Angels in any postseason game. 3-1 the count. And with all of those hits, I mean, that's the Angels' style. They've only received 1 walk tonight. That was an intentional walk to Vladimir Guerrero. So they're up there hacking. There's Erstad at third base. Up the first baseline foul. 3-2 now. Sean Figgins 0 for 8 in the first 2 games, and he made a spectacular catch on this would-be RBI hit by Sheffield. That ended the 4th inning. That would have knocked in the tying run. Then in the 6th inning, with the game tied again, he knocked in the run that put them ahead. Then he hit a triple, this triple in the 8th inning. And that started a 2-run rally that really broke it open. That 2-run rally that started on his triple in the 8th made it 11-6. And Figgins is down on strikes. Last chance for the Yankees. Matsui, Cano, and Bernie Williams coming up.
Passports, faster free nights. Every 2 stays earns you a free night at Hyatt Hotels and Resorts worldwide when you pay through MasterCard. Now through November 30th.
Robert Spritzel?
Would you get me a paper?
Can I get some change?
Not really.
Small coffee.
It's 80 cents.
It says 72.
Where's the paper, David?
I didn't have enough money.
You bought a coffee.
What?
Rated R, October 28th.
I hadn't looked in the bag in a long time.
Decades.
I'm State Farm agent Ken Heiner, and this is a true story.
We count on Ken for car insurance.
I told him we could also help with their financial needs.
He asked for it.
My office put in some long days.
And nights. She's a bit of a pack rat.
He gave us a lot of options.
Life insurance, mutual funds, loans.
They put it all in a neat little folder.
And she put it back in her paper bag.
Talk to your State Farm agent about your financial future today.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
How's it? Neil Everett along with Scott Van Pelt. We're getting ready to bring you Sports Center. When the ball game goes final, we will go out to Fenway Park, tell you how the Red Sox did against the White Sox. Are they still playing, or are the White Sox moving on?
And we'll get you back to the Bronx for reaction after this pivotal game at 3 in the ALDS. We'll see if the Yanks can rally. Back now to the Bronx. John and Joe.
All right, guys, thanks. We'll look forward to it. Here, 11-7 Angels. And Francisco Rodriguez has come on now to try and wrap this one up. And it really was here at Yankee Stadium in the Division Series in 2002 that we all first heard of Frankie Rodriguez. And he came in there throwing those 2-foot breaking sliders and was a middle reliever when that series started. Before the series was over, he was already a setup man. And they reworked their whole bullpen as the postseason went along. Spike Lee still here, and also Reggie Miller is here, the former NBA star. And sometimes when Reggie Miller was with the Indiana Pacers, and they'd be facing the Knicks in the postseason, so he and Spike, they'd get into it a little bit.
But, you know, they're good friends now. I mean, they've talked. I was reading an article recently where they actually email each other all the time.
Well, I heard that Reggie Miller is becoming a movie producer. Did you hear that? You know, in case you want to get into the movies.
Oh, okay.
Matsui, and the throw was probably better off not being made there by Kennedy. And K-Rod slipped on the mound as he tried to go for that one. He took kind of a violent fall out there. And Mike Scioscia and the Angel trainer are going to come out and see if he's okay.
Well, this is one of the dangers we always talk about, you know, playing in wet weather or these conditions. You know, an athlete can slip, you know, and, you know, pull a muscle or something. And we see Rodriguez. Now watch, he tries to go after that ball, and his right foot just slips from under him. But he appears to be okay. Now watch his right foot. He'll be ready to try to push off right there. And both feet actually go out from under him. His left first, and then his right. So and he's making a couple of pitches to make sure he's okay, and he says he's fine.
3 games on tap tomorrow in division play in the Major League Division Series week. The Angels and Yankees right back here at Yankee Stadium, not so many hours from now, as we are past midnight here in New York. 4 Eastern time, 1 Pacific on Fox. Then the Braves and Astros game 3 in Houston on Fox, 7:30 Eastern. And Joe and I will be in San Diego tomorrow night at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, and 8 Pacific on ESPN and ESPN HD. The St. Louis Cardinals and the San Diego. And in San Diego, it's only 9 o'clock. It's still Friday night in San Diego. There's ball 1 to Robinson Cano. Now, one thing, the Yankees, whether they win this game or not, and they're still down by 4, if they can make Frankie Rodriguez work hard here, you know, throw a lot of pitches, that may pay off tomorrow. The second hit hard. Kennedy goes to second for 1, and again, it is so slippery out there. The ball is wet. I mean, that might have been one he might have thought about a double play on under normal circumstances.
Well, he made the play properly. You have a 4-run lead, just you want out. So he made sure of 1, and that's what you have to do. I mean, he in a different environment, he might have tried to turn 2, but he made sure he had a good grip on the ball, made an accurate throw, and he got the out.
So Cano is at first. Cano tonight 2 for 5. a single and a double, and a run batted in, 2 runs scored. But he was involved in a big play on defense, ruled to have left the bag too soon on the neighborhood play. That's a foul. So strike 1 to Bernie Williams. Bernie's had 2 singles, a sacrifice fly, and he's grounded out. His sacrifice fly in the 5th inning put the Yankees ahead. It's like we've had 3 different games here tonight. It's like a baseball at the U.S. Open. 3 3-inning sets. The Angels won the first set. The Yankees trounced them in the second set, 6-2, but the Angels came roaring back here in the final set. They lead 11-7 in the last of the 9th. And a fastball away. Paul Byrd started, got staked to a 5-run lead, but the Yankees came back hard with a 4-run 4th inning rally, knocked him out in the process after the Angels had put 5 on the board against the big unit the first 3. The Angels came right back, though, in the 6th inning and regained the lead. And they've been leading ever since. On the outside corner. And the bullpen, those guys who usually man the last 3 innings, tonight they've manned the last 5 innings. Shields, Escobar, and Frankie Rodriguez. And this is what teams, the Oakland Athletics, the Rangers, the Mariners, they know all too much about how strong that bullpen is. 1-2 the count. That curveball is hit high in the air to right center field. A long run for Finley. And near the warning track, he's got it. So Bernie is gone. 2 down in the 9th. Tino Martinez due up, and he's going to be lifted for a pinch hitter here. Sports Center right after the game, and 1 more out to Sports Center. And then Joe and I will see you tomorrow night in San Diego at 8 Pacific time, 11 Eastern, 10 St. Louis time.
I think this kind of tells me you're going to see a little different Yankee lineup tomorrow. I think you're going to see Ruben Sierra in there as the DH.
Tino was in there tonight at first base. Giambi DHing, and Joe Torre said, hey. He looked at Ruben for this game, and then when he saw the numbers, Sierra versus Bird and Tino versus Bird, he said, well, I'm going to go with there's not hardly any difference between them. I'm going with the defense.
Yeah, but I think tomorrow you'll probably see Giambi playing first base, and you'll have Ruben Sierra in there.
Sean Chacon for the Yankees, Jared Washburn for the Angels tomorrow. And the Yankees, the best they can do if this score holds up tomorrow is extend the series back to Anaheim for a Game 5 on Sunday. They are trailing here 11-7 with 2 down in the 9th. Jorge Posada on deck. 0-2 the count. Runner goes, and Sierra got a piece of that one, bouncing it right over to Posada, who grabbed it, and Cano will go back to first. Only 11 pitches thrown by Frankie Rodriguez here in the 9th. Sierra, remember, in that big game, the 4th game where they clinched in Minnesota last year in the division series, they were trailing late in the game. He hit a big 3-run homer that tied that game against Juan Rincon. Cano runs. He'll take the bag as Sierra takes outside. 1-2. Jason Giambi had a couple of singles tonight. The Yankees scored enough runs to win a ball game.
Yeah. 7
runs, 12 hits. Vladimir Guerrero, 2 hits, an intentional walk. He scored 3. Strike 3, the breaking ball gets him. And the Angels have gone ahead in this series 2-1 with a chance to eliminate the Yankees here in New York tomorrow. Scott Shields out of the bullpen gets the win. And Aaron Small, who never lost a decision all year, 10-0, took the loss tonight in relief.
All right.